For a shift. This is the shift. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. A new phase. Yeah. This is the shift. Vibrations been raised. New friends, old friends, part ways. Embrace new change. Heal, cry, purge, fly, feel. Separate the fake from what's real. Accept the red flags for red flags and peel. Don't stick around just to stick around. Let's be real. Trust your intuition and what it's telling you for real. What's the deal while we kill our own self-worth? Had to ask myself, had to put my own self first. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that self-work. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that self-work. Tired of the self-hurt, so I put in that. Yeah, this is the shift. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah, big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah, big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah, a new phase. Yeah. This is the shift, so welcome to a new age. Age of Aquarius, welcome to a new day. Consciousness been raised, we changing how we do things. Balancing the mood swings, we living in a new way. New life and a new aim, new fame and a new wave. Ego was maintained, not looking just to be praised. Fell down so many times and bounced back like Luke Cage. Today I'm tired, tomorrow I'm okay. New frame of mind, cause I've been through some dark days. Some days were insane, so I walk with some new sage. Some days were insane, hard to stay sane, but I maintain. Some days were cray, hard to stay sane, but I maintain. The shift. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. A new phase. Yeah. This is the shift. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. Big change, big things, a new phase. Yeah. A new phase. Yeah. This is the shift, so welcome to a new earth. We manifested this. We changing how we view work, cause 9 to 5 ain't it. We tapped into our own worth, we owning businesses. We put our mental health first, the paradigm has switched. We owning up to self-hurt, we learned our lessons quick. We grown and doing self-work, it's a rebirth. Cause we tapped in and we turned on and we tuned in to a new song. It's been too long, the self-hate is long gone. It's a new dawn and a new wave and a new age. New rules that we remade, old rules need to cremate. Time to create, time to be brave. I told you it's a new day, told you it's a new way, told you it's a new wave and a new age, it's a new day. Shift. Yeah, we made it, y'all. Welcome to a new age. We changing how we do things. It's a new phase. It's a new phase. It's a new age. This is the shift.
No, let's do the sax one now.
Hey guys. Yes, okay guys. What's up? So today the topic is, I've been noticing a lot of East Africans lately, specifically East Africans, not Horn Africans, I mean actual East Africans, speaking on diaspora matters. And I find this to be a bit weird. I always did, but especially now because I'm just don't act like you care about any of this stuff. You really don't care about any of this. But it's they feel it needs to be spokespeople on these issues. And it's I know you don't care about this stuff. Why are you acting like you do? That's what I don't get. You know what I mean? And it's especially a lot of Kenyans lately. I've been seeing them do that a lot. And I'm just you're Kenyan. Why are you worried about diaspora? Why are you worried about Caribbeans? Why are you worried about any of that? I swear to you, I know in your country, you have no year of returns, right? You have nothing to do with diasporas. But now all of a sudden you live in America and you want to add your opinion on this? Why do you feel the need to do that? Why can't you just be an observer and just observe and watch what's going on? Do you get what I mean? Like, why do you need to have an opinion on it? Like, that's what I don't get. I don't get that. I never understood that. And I'm gonna play a couple of videos. I'm gonna play a couple of videos, especially, I don't know what country it is, if it was Kenya or Uganda, but the Kenyan was like, oh, Africans don't need to do anything for African Americans. And I'm just like, why do you care about what some Africans are deciding to do in regards to the diaspora? Like, why are you in Tanzania, Uganda, wherever you're at, and you're worried about this? Like, why does your opinion on that matter at all? You know what I mean? With all due respect, why does it matter? I just asked Kaizo for the video, and he sent it to me. He sent it to me. But and then there's this other one. There's this other Kenyan tether in the US, in the United States. And um he's here talking about, oh, we call them akatas, we do this. And I'm just like, okay, you know what? Like, I know in your language that that word does not exist, right? Because let you tell me all the time. You speak Swahili. Let you tell me, when was there a kata word in Swahili? So if that's the case, why do you need to have an opinion on it at all? Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, why? Nobody asked you at all. Do you get what I mean? I find it to be really, really weird. I'm sorry, but I find it to be really, really weird. It's like, do you want to be in the crowd that bad that you now have to just make things up and say things? I don't know. It just happens to usually be Kenyans. I'm not sure why. Okay. There's another panel. There's someone who said that they're mixed with Kenyan and West African. That's what he said. Okay. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it is. I think he's using that as a scapegoat to actually be able to come on and speak on behalf of West Africans. But he's there saying he's Kenyan and West Africa, knows nothing about West Africa, cannot tell you the tribe that his supposed other parent comes from, cannot tell you where his supposed other parent grew up, but saying that they're West African, and then talking about the history of like the slave trade. And I'm just like, what? Like, do you even hear West Africans speak on that? I swear to you, I don't know many West Africans that actually speak on the slave trade, to be quite honest. But you got East Africans all of a sudden talking like they're experts on this. And I'm just like, did anyone actually ask you though? Did anyone want your opinion on this? No? So why do you feel like we asked? It's weird. Because this is the thing, right? When it comes to the Arab slave trade, the Zanj, whatever happened over there, I don't care. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't care what happened. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm going to be an expert on what happened during that time, because I'm not. But when it's the opposite, that's like, it's like it's not questioned. That's weird to me. Let me find the TED talk of that Kenyan in America, that Kenyan tether, okay, that Kenyan tether talking about his issues with African Americans, or collectively using the term African, as some of them like to do, to talk about African and African American relations. And I'm just like, do you want to speak on what Kenyans or what region, of your of Africa, what you guys go through with African Americans? Why do you have to use the word Africans collectively? Because clearly there are different types of relationships, right? So why do you feel the need to use the term Africans collectively? Honestly, it's really weird. And like, the next time a Kenyan The next time any East African feels the need to speak on this, I'm literally just gonna question them. Like, why do you care? You know, let them tell you they don't care about West Africa. They don't care about what happened over there. Let them tell you they don't care. So then my question is, why are you speaking on it if you don't care? You were never concerned. So why are you concerned now? Why? Because you want to have conversations with African Americans? Like, get out of here. Get out of here. You know, one time I had one of these Kenyans talk to me and be like, well, you're not in America, so you don't understand the relations. I'm like, you understand my president actually asked them to come back. Like, you understand that my president, even before that, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, you understand that he had actual diaspora relations. So you actually understand that there are many reasons why these type of conversations would be it's not tethering when I do it. Like, you actually understand why I can have an opinion on this. Like, you get that, right? But you're all the way in Tanzania telling me that your people had a history with the diaspora by I'm not trying to hear any of that at all. You know what I mean? The same ones that will say West Africans are colonized because they speak English. Meanwhile, these people are eating chapatis. You know what I mean? You ask them what their cultural clothes look like. They give you Maasai desert clothes. So you clearly don't have anything that is, well, you don't have cultural stuff either as well. Swahili has Arabic influence. Oh no, so you got colonized by somebody else too, but you're here talking like you're it's like it's just I don't know what it is, but it's just like really annoying. You know what I mean? I'm looking for the I know you guys seen this video. It's the TED Talk one. But yeah, while I search for it, while I search for the video, um, what are your guys' opinions? Because there were some people saying that like there are a group of Africans that have low self-esteem, and it's like, okay, like if you're gonna argue which Africans have more low self-esteem, I want to ask the question of which African countries are performing the best. Because I could assure you anything, the ones that apparently have low self-esteem are running better than your country, and that's just facts. So if you're talking about, I mean, okay, see, this is something, another thing I noticed or I observed. I don't know if I'll actually play the video, but there's this Sudanese person, and you know, she's talking about how she's better than other Africans because she's from Sudan. Cool, no problem. What's going on in your country? You know, what has been happening in your country in Sudan? What's been happening there? Talking about how their history is the best history in Africa. Okay, you know what? Fine. You can have all those opinions because I actually think of myself that too, right? But then when you get mad at these so-called black Africans, then you want to call them the N-word. Then you want to use racialized terms, be like, "Oh, I'm so much better than you." That's what I don't understand. You're from Sudan. You're saying you're better than sub-Saharan Africans. Where's the proof that you are though? Like, I don't care that you're actually saying that. I'm just asking you, where's the proof that you are? And then how come when these black Africans make you upset, then you want to throw shots at them and then be the same one to call them oh, they're so self-conscious, they have inferiority complex. Well, if you're better than somebody else, how many times you got to say it to them, to their face? Like, who's the one with the actual inferiority complex? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just like nobody asked for any of these things. You feel the need to say them whenever you're triggered. I don't know what someone being a black African, because you say you're not a black African, that's fine. But I don't know what someone being a black African, I don't know how that's an insult. Like, how, why would that be an insult? Like, how has that helped you in your country? How has that helped Sudan? I don't know. But let them tell you it's something that's helped them. And For Black knows exactly who I'm talking about. And I also jeez. Yo, how do you find your search history again? Say, oh, right here. Okay. I also find it funny, right? How there was this stream that happened on Kaisorian Empire, and shout outs to Kaisorian Empire. He pisses me off sometimes, but at the same time, like, he's Kaizo, so I've learned to just deal with it, right? There was a stream on Kaisorian Empire's channel recently, and the stream was basically of a guy called Hammer. He said he's Senegalese. Someone else said he's from Cameroon. Somebody said he's FBA. He does not sound Cameroonian or Senegalese to me, to be quite honest. Maybe more Cameroonian, but definitely not Senegalese. Senegalese people don't act like that. Anyways, he came on the panel and he was giving his opinions on, North and Horn Africans. I don't agree with his opinions, but he has the right to have his own opinions, doesn't he? So many people got triggered. Why is he mad? Why does he think like that? What if he thinks like that? Why does it bother you? See, this is the problem. You can sit there and make fun of someone else's hair texture and then be like, why does that bother you? So if someone else feels the same about you, why does it bother you? I actually find it to be fair. I find it to be quite fair, to be quite honest. That's why you're not going to see me go after Hammer. If you were wondering why, because I people were asking me, why don't you go after Hammer? I'm like, what did he say? What did he call you? An animal? I mean, you're gonna act like people from your side have never called West Africans or FBA animals? Are you really gonna act like that? Because they have. So if you want me to be outraged about that, I'm not gonna be outraged. I said that. They're like, oh my, you're choosing sides. You're choosing sides. You've been choosing sides too. By not saying anything in the past. You've been choosing sides. But now this falls on me, or I don't even know where Hammer comes from. That's even the weird part. I literally have no idea where that guy comes from, right? Now I'm supposed to sit here, put on a cape, and be like, stop making fun of them. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not. The same way some of these people were making fun of Bantus for 4 or 5 hours, and they kept on saying, oh, it's just the East African Bantus. They added West Africans in there for whatever reason. The same way they just sat down and let that happen. Why can I not sit down and let this happen? right? Seriously, why can't I just sit down and be indifferent for once? Like, girl, I'm not being your cape person. You could speak on behalf of yourself if something bothers you. I don't need to like, like it's not my issue. It's not my problem. I'm not gonna act like it is. You know what I'm saying? And for the last part, I don't know where that guy comes from. That's what makes things even more confusing. I literally have no idea where that guy comes from. Every single time he hops on the panel, he's from a different country. So I literally have no idea where that guy comes from. Yeah, no. No, 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 no. But yeah, let me play this video. This video specifically, and I've noticed a lot of Kenyans, specifically Kenyans. The Horners is not a big deal because I like Habeshas, I like Ethiopians. I actually like them. But the Kenyans, it's like this is just crazy. I think it's because the Kenyans are black Africans. So then they feel like when it comes to the issues of the diaspora that their opinion is asked for when it's really not. I think that's what makes it even weirder with the Kenyans, and Tanzanians are quiet. Ugandans are doing their own thing. It just happens to be Kenyans that always want to speak like this. It just happens to be them. I don't know why.
YouTube channel, you should consider getting TubeBuddy. I've been using TubeBuddy for the last 2 years, and it
What's good, y'all? I appreciate you for coming to my talk. My name is Victor Mudhama. I was born in Aga Khan Hospital in Kenya to a Kamba father and a Lua mother. I moved to America at 3 years old when my parents came to study at Pitt. I was raised in East Lib, the real East Lib, in the seminary apartments. I lived with my two parents, my two sisters, two cousins, aunt and uncle on my father's side, and an uncle on my mother's side. The apartment was jam-packed, but looking back at it, it was a pretty loving time. Though the seminary was a diverse and relatively safe environment, East Lib was not. It wasn't the gentrified, commercial, hipster East End you see now. It was engulfed by poverty, which, as we know, leads to a multitude of other problems. As immigrants, it's important to know how to deal with your new surroundings. And it's especially important, if in the situation, to prepare your children to do so in your absence. So I think this was the intent of my elders as they reminded me to stay away from akatas. Akata is a derogatory term for African Americans. I didn't understand why at the time, because I knew nothing about propaganda.
First and foremost, again, so the guy just said he's from Kenya, right? He just said he was born in Kenya. Nice. Where does that come in? Where does Akata come into play? What language is that? I know that's not Swahili. I know that's not Kamba. I know that's not whatever other languages in Kenya. I know that word doesn't come from there. So why? And he just said, and this is it's so many things that make me upset about this, right? First and foremost, it shouldn't be coming out of your mouth, number one. Number two, you're saying it's a derogatory term for African Americans. By whom? Are you just saying that it's a derogatory term by Africans in general? Because that's problematic, because it's not. And even the definition's actually wrong on top of all of that. So it's like, why do you feel the need like do you it this doesn't make any why do people do this? This does not, and this is on a TED Talks platform. He's there talking about the relations between Africans in America versus African Americans. Who asked? like,
The media or anything else we'll discuss today. But as soon as I went to school, I realized it might be because the kids that looked like me but didn't talk like me thought I was an African booty scratcher. So you can say I noticed the divide very early. It was very difficult to find identity between two groups that looked at each other some type of way, yet existed so interconnectedly. Now, on a microcosmic level, I consistently had to take up from my slang-speaking friends to my family. I had to defend my unique-looking food and clothing to my friends. On a much larger level, the US government saw my family, especially my sisters and I, as purely Kenyan, even though America was all we knew. But though I'm very centered in my culture and speak Swahili fluently, when going back to Kenya, I'm consistently reminded of how American I am. My African side was told, "You are acting just like an American, but you are African, you're not black." And my African American side was told, "You're not from Pittsburgh, you from Africa, but you from here too."
Again, and this is why I always go, and no offense to the Africans in America, but this is why I always go like, just stop saying you're African American. Because when he's talking about my African side versus my African American side, I'm like, what are you talking about? What other side are you talking? Do you have a half African American parent? Like, what are you? These are things that I will just never understand. And this guy, yes, he's not acting Kenyan. Why is he not doing that? Why does he have a fascination with the Black American culture to the point that he's trying to act just like one, and trying to make excuses and trying to find all these reasons for just different things that don't. He was born in Kenya. That's the part that's even worse. It's not like he was born in America and doesn't know anything about his parents. He was born in Kenya and he's acting like this is weird. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. And then he'll act like this, right? And notice how he won't differentiate himself and say, okay, as a Kenyan, this is how I feel. So then he'll put this all on all Africans. On all Africans, like a singular African mindset.
For real. Although I didn't know it yet, a lot of other Africans were experiencing the same identity crisis under the same oppressive umbrella that made my parents seek a better life in America. How do you find identity exists in a community where you are all classified Black by the government, but do not view each other in the same way or with the same respect? So to understand this deeper, it's essential we look for context and history a little bit through the eyes of some Black thinkers that knew considerably more than I do about the trajectory of indigenous melanated people. For now, let's look at Marcus Garvey for his beliefs in the importance of a mass migration, and Dr. Frances Cress Welsing for her work in studying the psychological origins and effects of white supremacy. Garvey, Pan-African godfather, wanted a mass migration to Africa on the Black Star Line in order to help the journey of healing our people from the perils of white supremacy, especially on an economic level. This is relevant because a mass migration to Africa was necessary in Garvey's plan, but the mass migration occurred in the inverse of his plan. The number of African immigrants to America eclipses the number of American immigrants to Africa. Now, on the other hand, Welsing, a clinical psychologist, discussed the psychological origins of racism, white supremacy in her book, The ISIS Papers. Welsing does not separate racism from white supremacy and attributes racism, white supremacy to the reality that whites are the global minority, which results in an insecurity that leads to overexertion of superiority due to fear of genetic survival. In other words, if racism is destroyed, we'll all mate interracially. And it is socially understood that children of mixed parents are Black, and they're certainly treated that way. So from a phenotypic perspective, melanin is dominant. According to Kress, to avoid genetic annihilation, which is not actually genetic annihilation, simply a lessened white phenotypic expression, which would also be a lessened black phenotypic expression.
So many questions. Number one, why is he saying this on a TED Talk? That's what I don't like. Who is he making this speech for? I don't understand. That's number one. Number two, if he feels so passionate about this, why doesn't he fly to Nairobi? Why does he not fly to Nairobi or Mombasa and tell them about this? Right? Why is he in America talking about this? Why? This is, oh my goodness. Oh, this is so weird. I don't know why some Africans are like this. It makes me so upset. It really does. I don't get it. What's the whole point of this? Why would I listen to you? Even if I cared about anything that this guy's saying right now, why would I listen to a Kenyan who doesn't know if he's Kenyan or American speaking on these things? You don't think I could ask other people who've actually been there for a longer time, a longer period, who actually know what they're talking about, as opposed to you who just got there, is giving all these lectures? Oh my god. This is ridiculous. The nerve of some people. The nerve.
She argues white supremacists must control every aspect of the societies that people of color live in. So the exercising of this control looked very different from my ancestors as opposed to some of my African American friends' ancestors. For one, African Americans were enslaved and Africans were colonized, which is a big distinction. Though they were both immeasurably damaging, slavery was far more brutal and lasted for a considerably longer period of time. But the details reveal some other key things. While the small numbers relative to whites allowed for a more brutal expression from whites during slavery, to conquer the motherland, a more subtle approach was necessary. Because white supremacists could not force Africans to stop speaking their language on their own turf, like in America, a more obvious difference would be that countries that were still colonized kept traditional languages, foods, and a lot of other aspects of life, even after adopting the language of their colonizer as the official language of the country. In America, reading was forbidden by law for the obvious emancipative effects. But on the continent, illiteracy was due more to a lack of resources rather than its legality. With education and the monopoly of determining its validity still held and controlled by the colonial powers like the British, whitewashing curriculums, erasing traditions, and creating a system of subconscious self-hate were bound to follow. And because a majority of the schools were boarding schools, kids like my parents had very little contact with their own parents, let alone access to the knowledge of their ways of life before the British. That fact.
Okay, so I would have much appreciated it if he just stuck to colonization or whatever happened in Kenya. He just tried to equate what happened in America to what happened in Kenya. That's very problematic. Extremely problematic. And then it's like, if you want to speak about what happened in America, the question is, why would you be the spokesperson? Like, no offense. No offense to this Kenyan guy, but if I want to know what happened in America, I could just ask an American, to be quite honest. You know what I mean? Like, why would I listen to you about you giving regurgitated secondhand knowledge? Why? This whole broadcast, this whole video, you don't understand. The first time I've seen this video, I was like, what's the point that this guy is actually trying to make in saying any of this? Like, what's the actual point? You know what I mean? And someone's talking about his looks. Listen, he's there's nothing wrong with his looks. I'll just say that. Okay? We don't need to go we don't need to go there. Someone was like, why is he wearing those 90s glasses with that with that chain? All he's missing is, someone said that he's from the East Coast. I don't know exactly where, But all he's missing is, you know how the Americans have the hats, like the New York hat, the hat that has like your state in it. That's all he's missing. Okay, he's missing the cap, the snapback that shows what state you're from. That's all he's missing. Because this is just, he got the cornrows. I think those are cornrows. Anyway, let me just finish this video.
Is actually where the similarities between colonization and slavery control start to overlap. Because slavery preceded colonization by hundreds of years, you saw a lot of regurgitated tactics. Eurocentric religious school curriculums, Eurocentric propaganda, colorist social hierarchies, socioeconomic exploitation of indigenous people's resources, etc. But throughout the years, the differences in how we were educated about each other, especially through New Age mass media, became apparent. The stereotypical views perpetuating images of poverty and low socioeconomic worth became the basis of fear and shame, influencing our interactions with one another. Africans were just poor, swollen-bellied children that needed money donated to them by the UN, 25 cents a day, and they smelled like onions. African Americans were just drug-selling, drug-using criminals that only liked rap and basketball and were no good for anything else. Neither of us created these stereotypical images, yet their perpetuation creates an effect in our interactions, down to creating our own self-hate name tags, such as Akata, an African booty scratcher. But unless we address the core psychological issue, common problem, and common enemy, our two cultures will be forced to coexist, but will struggle to blend. Now, on the surface, it's just stereotypes and quiet petty quarrels. But the more you dig, you find that colonization and slavery created on the global scale a larger version of the house Negro and the field Negro, to quote Malcolm X. Even years after colonization, African minds and values are paralyzed.
Okay, I do agree with that last point over there. I do. I just don't like the analogies that he's using. I don't like the language that he's using. I don't like the platform that he's on speaking about this. Makes me very suspicious. It's just a couple of things, but I do agree with, I guess, some of the points that he's talking about. I just think the messenger is not needed. I don't need this guy to speak on this, to be quite honest. Who is this person? Who is this? You like
with the effects of cultural Stockholm syndrome. As for the African American psyche, post-traumatic slave syndrome has been a generational heirloom, proving the test of time like one of grandma's recipes. We continue to compete for most assimilated Negro positions, at best, rather than regaining top-down control of our communities and natural resources, both on the continent and here. Overall, we were both under a means of control that affected our psyches. This beef is corny. Francis Cress Welsing might have shed some light as to why white supremacists sought to dominate an entire world of indigenous peoples. Marcus Garvey knew there needed to be a migration out of America to join back into Africa. And though a lot did, it ended up being the other way around. White supremacy still has its clutches on every aspect of indigenous people societies. On the bright side, though, the days of no conversation between African Americans and American Africans are slowly ending. There are a lot of solutions that can continue to unite us while helping us leave the systems that continue to wreak havoc on our communities. But here are a few. I know getting on the same page will take time. Healing is not a race, but we must hear ours.
dang, okay. Small direct. Oh no, streamer. Come on. Sorry about that. Oh, the video is over here. Okay. Whoops. Okay, so for those who missed it, I will drop the link of the video in case anybody wants to watch it. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like most of that conversation was kind of just useless because he started off on the wrong foot to me personally, right? Like he started off on shaky ground, you know. Um he didn't seem really informed on a lot of the things that he was talking about. So to me it's like already off of the bat, like you're already looking ridiculous, like you're already wrong because you don't know what you're talking about. Again, let me just play the very quick beginning because some people missed it, so maybe they don't understand why I don't rate this guy. See why I don't rate this guy.
What's good, y'all? I appreciate you for coming to my talk. My name is Victor Mudhama. I was born in Aga Khan Hospital in Kenya to a Kamba father and a Lua mother. I moved to America at 3 years old when my parents came to study at Pitt. I was raised in East Lib, the real East Lib, in the seminary apartments. I lived with my two parents, my two sisters, two cousins, aunt and uncle on my father's side, and an uncle on my mother's side. The apartment was jam-packed, but looking back at it, it was a pretty loving time. Though the seminary was a diverse and relatively safe environment, East Lib was not. It wasn't the gentrified, commercial, hipster East End you see now. It was engulfed by poverty, which, as we know, leads to a multitude of other problems. As immigrants, it's important to know how to deal with your new surroundings.
Okay, so I hope you guys get that. Basically what he's trying to do here, he's trying to say, okay, well, because I grew up in the ghetto, because I grew up in apartments, because I grew up in a impoverished area, I could relate to basically Black Americans. I don't know if people caught that, but that's one of the points that he's trying to make. Because he grew up in a certain environment, he grew up with them. It's like he grew up with them so he can speak on behalf of them, or he could relate to some of their experiences. And that's not necessary to even talk about, to be honest. Just focus on being a Kenyan American, focus on whatever that means, whatever you're going to do with that information. You don't need to be focusing on this whole other thing.
And it's especially important if in the situation to prepare your children to do so in your absence. So I think this was the intent of my elders as they reminded me to stay away from akatas. Akata is a derogatory term for African Americans. I didn't understand why at the time because I knew nothing about propaganda, media, or anything else we'll discuss today. But as soon as I went to school, I realized it might be because the kids that looked like me but didn't talk like me thought I was an African booty scratcher. So you can say I noticed the divide very early. It was very difficult to.
Okay, and there actually is another example of, I think this is a Kenyan. I'm not sure if he is, but I think it's a Kenyan. Speaking on like I think he said that, oh, African Americans, not African Americans, my bad, sorry. They're the most popular diaspora, so I usually say them by default. But he was talking about like the diaspora, we don't need them, they're not our brothers, they're not this, they're not that. And it's like, I don't know why in East Africa you're having these conversations at all. Like I really don't like, I really just need an East African to tell me why you guys are having these conversations in your country. I just want to know. Like, I'm actually really curious. Because in West Africa, they're not having these conversations in their countries. They're not. Majority of West Africans don't even have these conversations. But this guy wants to speak. And then see, this is the problem. When people like this speak, then you know what people get from this? This is how Africans collectively feel. That is the problem that I have to deal with. When people like this speak, then I get the backlash. I didn't even say anything. You get what I mean? It's so, you guys don't understand how annoying it is. And it's been happening. And I swear to you, it's getting worse. Let me play this video.
We don't want them here.
They're your brothers
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to do
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
We don't want them here.
They're your brothers
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
We don't need
They
them
were
to do
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
We don't want them here.
They're your brothers
They're not our
and
brothers.
sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If you are born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them.
Well, in this case, he actually is correct, right? Speaking from his perspective, he is correct, right? The issue is the way that it comes off now. It like comes off as it comes off very negatively. Um, this is something that I have nothing to do with this, by the way, but somehow my people are gonna be dragged with this talking point. Somehow, they just are, right? That's the part that makes me really upset. Now, he say the title of this video is how some Africans view Black Americans. Yeah, that's correct. You know, not everyone's gonna like you, not everyone's gonna want you. That's completely fine. But I'm assuming this person's a Kenyan, I, or Ugandan. Highly doubt it's a Tanzanian. Question I have is why are they having these conversations? Like why did this question even pop up? Whose idea was this? Why, like, what did any of these people have to do with Black Americans? In fact, like what did they actually have to do with Black Americans? People want to always be on here, oh, West Africans versus African Americans. We have something to do with each other. So I don't see how that's so impossible to understand, right? But as you, in your own East African country, what does that have to do with you at all? That's what I like. I don't. I really need an answer for that because I'm not getting it at all. Why? Whose idea was this?
We don't need
They
them
were
to do
taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No.
I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and the irony of this man speaking like this is again is the I would have just loved
We
it.
don't want them here.
I would have just loved
They're
it
your
if
brothers.
he spoke on behalf of his own country. Like, let's say he's from Uganda and he says, we Ugandans don't need them. We don't want them. We have nothing to do with them. I would have respected that. Like, agree with you. But you're just saying this collectively on all Africans when there are actual African countries who are doing something about this. There are actual African countries who are giving away free citizenships. There are actual African countries that are distributing land. There are actual African countries that are changing. There are actual African countries who invited them back. So it's like all of that is happening, and then you're here as I guess an African, just as an African, an average African, saying blah 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 blah. But like, it's just really annoying and confusing. And if I was a diaspora, I probably would be really confused by this as well. Um, I know that there are people who have common sense out there, but for some people, they just see all Africans as the same. So this actually hurts us when people see all Africans as the same and then take this guy, take his opinion and go like, "Oh yeah, that's how Africans feel about us." That one of the major problems. So this video is really short. It's 8 seconds. I'll play it 2 more times and then continue with a bit of the commentary and then open up the panel if anyone has anything to say.
Brothers. They're not our brothers. Sisters. They're not our brothers. If you were born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them. They were taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We don't want them here. What? They're your brothers. They're not our brothers. Sisters. They're not our brothers. If you were born in America and have lived there for 300 years, you're no longer African. Those are Americans. We don't need them. They were taken away, unfortunately, but they are Americans. We will develop by ourselves. Yeah, we have the capacity, we have the will, we have the resolve. We don't need them. No. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Whoever's from that country, because I'm just assuming it's a Kenyan. I'm not sure, but whoever's from that country, the question that I had a while ago is still not answered. Why are you guys having these conversations? Like, I don't get it. Why does any of that concern you? Like, at all? It literally has nothing to do with you. Okay. Do do do. Someone's saying East Africa was affected by the transatlantic slave trade. Okay. All right. I hear you. But hey, Habibi. Hi, Solomon. Okay, Raw, not many dong. East African slavery was not documented like West Africa. Why should we measure who had it worse? When was anyone thanks for tuning in, but when was anyone measuring who had it worse? Did that happen during this panel? Because I don't remember ever talking about who had it worse. I don't remember bringing that up. Thanks, Juju, and African Caribbean Diaspora. Happy New Year. Long time no see. Okay. Arab slavery is still going on. And see, that's the brilliant part, right? The topic has nothing to do with that, but that's the brilliant part, that people got to bring that up. You know what I mean? That's the amazing part that I don't understand. Juju, what's up? Okay, let me see. Are people comparing slaveries or something? I don't know. I I don't know when we were doing that, but okay. Um, what's so funny? What's so funny is the fact that they feel like they need to have opinions on this and like they need to go public and vocal with those opinions. That's what I find funny. Like, you can have an opinion on it. Nobody's saying you can't. But like, when you want to be the spokesperson on behalf of all Africans with your opinion, it's kind of like, I don't know why you feel the need to do that. You know what I mean? I don't speak. I don't speak on Arab slave trade. I don't speak on that. I don't have strong opinions on that, to be honest. So I don't speak on it. But it's like, it's interesting how when it's the opposite, other people can have strong opinions and like, no one asked you. Hi Zulia, what's up? It's funny to know people got the same issue we have. Yep. East Africans should focus on East African slavery, not West African Mali. Mali. There's the Sahelian. Bayesian Melanin, how you doing? Bayesian Melanin. I saw you on a panel before because I was actually contemplating, is this person really real? But then I saw you on the panel and I was like, oh, it's a real person. So hey, what's up? Hey Root, how you doing? Kala Genesis is here. Oh no, Kala Genesis. Oh, Kala Genesis would not miss this topic. Yeah, you can feel superior, right? And Molly, like, you were here when I was talking about it. I was talking about that a while ago. You can definitely feel superior to like other Africans. I actually have no issue with that. But it's like, when you feel superior and then, like, let's say another African insults you, or no, another African offends you, you don't even know how, or they say something that, maybe they're bigging themselves up too, and it bothers you to the point that you have to insult them. That's when it's kind of like, okay, so we're supposed to be united, but then when I do something you don't like, you can call me a monkey, and I'm just supposed to be like, oh, it's whatever. Yeah, no, I'm not dealing with people who's gonna call me monkeys when they're mad at me. Like, I'm not dealing with you. Period. So if and this is the other part of it too. Let's say they actually call you a monkey, then you call them an Arab rape baby. Then all of a sudden you're wrong, right? You're wrong for calling them a rape baby, but they could call you monkey all the time. Okay, cool. Whatever. Um Black Sudanese Nubian have a better history. I agree with you actually. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Yeah, you guys know who I'm talking about. Hey, just call me Brian. Oh, is that true? Is that true? Thanks for letting me know. I had no idea. I'm gonna research on that. Thank you so much, Ikofo. You just gave me some ammunition. I did not know that. That's so interesting. Anyways, um, yeah, Mali. I already told you, Mali. I'm worried about West Africans right now, to be honest. That's what I'm worried about, West Africans. So that's just what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Like, I don't see anything wrong with putting my people first. I don't see anything wrong with that. Other people do that too. You know what I mean? When West Africans are here being made fun of, I don't see other Africans be like, oh no, that, come on, they're Africans too. Oh no, it's not that bad. I don't see them doing that. When people are here, especially making fun of Nigerians, because those are usually the ones they target, right? Nigerians. I don't see other Africans go like, especially I don't see non-West Africans go like, oh, yo, no, Nigerians are not that bad. They join in too. So guess what? If that happens to your region, I'm not gonna stop you. Okay, I'm not gonna join in on people making fun of, let's say, Somalis or people making fun of Ethiopians. I won't join in, but I'm not gonna stop it either because you don't do it. So why should I be required to do it? You know? Then they get so disappointed, like, that's not fair. That's not fair. You guys have no issues making fun of all West Africans when you're only talking about one country. You guys have no issues doing that. And I've called you guys multiple times on that. We just say the country of West Africa that you're talking about when you're making fun of West Africans. They will never listen to you. They'll just pretend like they don't know what you're talking about. So then when people are here making fun of Somalis, Ethiopians, blah 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 blah, I'll just be there like, okay, do you expect me to get in there and put a cape and defend them when they never defend West Africans? Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not. But yeah, so I just said it. So if you have an issue with that, that's cool, but I really don't care. So hi Yasmin, how you doing? Just call me Brian. Have you been to 54 African countries? I think he's been to, I know he's been to Sudan. I'm sure he's been to another African country. I don't know which one though. But I'm sure he's been to at least like 3 African countries. Anyways, yeah, I like Tanzanians too, man. I love Tanzanians. Like, I love Tanzan. I love Tanzanians. I love them a lot. You know what I mean? You know, some people like, and I'm talking East Africans here to be very clear, not Horn Africans. You have some East Africans who love making fun of Tanzanians, and I'm just like, they're actually the coolest of all of you guys, right? That's the funny part to me. They're actually the coolest East Africans to me, the Tanzanians. But other East Africans always want to make fun of them for being docile, for being slow, for being this, for being that. I'm like, I actually love them the most. That's what's the funny part for me. Anyway, um no, his channel is not over. Kaiser will be live again in a couple of hours, I believe. Oh, you've been to 4. Where have you been? Which ones have you been? Which countries have you been to? It's funny thing is North and the Horners. Okay, okay, okay. I already read that. Hi, Tanky Bot. And clearly, I just called out 2 YouTubers. One is Horn African and one is East African. And then I was talking about that Kenyan tether on TED Talk, unnecessary Kenyan tether. And there's been actually other Kenyan tethers on here. There's been other Kenyan tethers on here. I don't know. It's something about these Kenyans. They're really annoying, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry, Kenyans, but all the Kenyans I meet on here are weird. I don't know what it is. Anyways, Akata is Yoruba. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let me actually continue to go. Hi, Flex Up. Hi, Kifaro. Hi, FBA ADOS. Hi, Ben Smith. Hi, Zulia. Hi, MD2V4. And I greeted you, Kofo. Hi, third positionalist. What's your name? Okay. Hi, Mike. Shoot, I'm so behind. Hi, Asiatic Lion. Hi, Icon Fire. Hi, Police Simp Academy. Hi, H Block. Hi, Keon Billard. Hi, Mia. Some of these names got to be like burner accounts because I swear I don't know who half of these people. Anyways, hi, JC. Hi, Mo. And Collagenesis. And thank you, Mo. What is Mo saying? Kenyans are hunter gatherer. AM slaves. Yo, who was it that got Kaizo so mad again? Who was it that got Kaizo so upset last time that Kaizo got so mad? He was like, someone called me a hunter gatherer. Was that Lima who did that? I think it was Lima. Lima's a G, man. Lima's an interesting character. I like Lima a lot. But yes, thank you, JC, for the £2. Okay. JC, I'm in Canada, so that's actually a lot of my currency, to be honest. We're broke up here. We're broke. Okay, let me continue. Wait. Okay, you. Okay, first and foremost, when people go like Ghana use AA for year of return, everyone knows that. Even the AA know that. They don't care. They're still going to Ghana. So why are you using that as something that I'm supposed to be like, that I'm supposed to feel bad for? They know that. They don't care. They're still going there. Am I supposed to apologize? What? Am I supposed to get out of here? I don't want to hear it, man. I do not want to hear it. Like I'm not in the mood today, guys. I'm not in the mood today for nonsense. I'm really not. I'll be honest with you. Hi, Kid Ola. Hi, Ben Smith. Hi, Sahelian. Call me Nigerian before you call me FBA. Wait, collagenesis, what are you talking about? What did I miss? Yes, I really am. Like, I don't care. I really don't care, man. Do you think that this is revenge for the 4-hour Bantu stream? It actually isn't. It isn't. But it's revenge for something else. Anyway. Okay. I'll go ahead and drop the link though if anyone has anything to add. Thank you, John Nola. Appreciate it. But yeah, if anyone has anything to add, especially if you're West or Central African, bring it on. Let's talk about it. And what should we do about this Kenyan tethers, man? What should we do about these Kenyan tethers? They're actually really embarrassing me, right? Whatever they say, now I have to, I have to like explain and be like, oh, that's not all of us. Why should I be explaining why an East African opinion from diaspora doesn't matter. Why do I have to be the one to explain that? You know, it's really, you don't understand how annoying this is. You really don't get it. But bro from Brum, hating on East Africans isn't going to solve your trauma. Why can't East Africans speak on West and Central African slavery? Because you don't know the history. Do I really have to explain why you shouldn't be speaking on it? Don't sit here and act like you actually know the history. You don't. That's why you don't need to be speaking on it. Like, what? That's not. Hey, stop acting like that's your problem. Stop acting like you have to deal with any of the traumatic issues, because you can speak on West and Central African slavery without speaking on it from a perspective of someone who actually was affected by it, right? You can speak on it on a perspective of someone who doesn't have to deal with, being criticized of the things that your country is doing right now. You can speak on it from that perspective. I have to speak on it on this perspective of, oh no, Ghana's not doing this, Ghanaians are not doing that, West Africans are this, West Africans are that. I have to use all of that trauma to speak on it. But you get to speak on it indifferently, and you're telling me that it's the same thing? You're telling me it's the same thing. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. So yeah. Why hasn't Kala visit Ghana for years? I don't know why he hasn't. I don't think Kala's interested in Ghana. I think Kala likes Liberia. Kala's not, which is fine. It's still West Africa. I actually have no problem with that. Exactly. Like, how are you gonna shame me for this when they already know? Ugh. Okay. I barely understand East African slave trade. No one does either. Thank you. Thank you. You don't understand how annoyed I was. Like, to this day, I'm still annoyed about it because I keep bringing it up in case people haven't noticed. There was a Kenyan that was speaking on the transatlantic slave trade, and I was like, this information you're speaking about is wrong. Now, if I come up to you and say what you're talking about is wrong, I'm bitter, but you're giving misinformation. You can't even bother to say it properly if you're gonna open your mouth. And I'm not supposed to have an opinion on that? What? Where's this entitlement of like speaking on other people's problems and issues and not having the correct information on top of it? Where is all of that coming from? Why is that accepted? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and add people to the panel. Guys, thanks for being here. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks for all of the engagement. I'm gonna head and add, I think this is Kid O. Hey.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's good, Am? How you been doing?
Good.
Good. I've been doing all right. I've been out for a little while because I had lost the one channel, gained a new channel, still got to track that one down, got another new channel, keep it moving forward. You know what I'm saying? I've just been working a lot lately, got me a new setup, and I said, let me go ahead and show some love and support to my sister AM.
Hey, what's
Yeah,
up?
no problem.
Yeah, this kid Ola Kidola from Nigeria.
Aga, how you doing?
A day today, East Africa, they're going to cry today.
No, no. Go ahead.
We're ready to roast East Africans today because they ain't good for nothing.
Wait, where is this? Wait. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, the East Africans, they'll be very corny nowadays. They'll always be very corny. Professor Mapumba, that lady, very corny woman. African Tigress, all very corny. You know, when they saw East Africa, where Ghana was asking AA to come back home, ooh, boom, they all jump in. You understand me? No AA ever come from East Africa. It's too far. The East to deal with the Arabs, the Oman, you know, the Saudi Arabians who took the East Africans, the Tanzanians also. But cashing in, this is economical gain for East Africans. And any black American going towards any any black American going towards East Africa, I told you they will figure out who you are already. The East know West African. They know their shape, they know their status, the way they look like. So if you're going to East Africa, you think, oh, they will see me as one of you. By the time they will ask you, are you from West Africa? Are you a Nigerian or are you a Ghanaian? You know, that's just the way it is. You know, as I'm going to Rwanda, oh, Rwanda look like Somalians.
Yeah, didn't the one guy, let me get here, kiddo. Didn't remember a couple of years ago, Malia Obama, I think she was like 12 years old. All these Kenyans were lined up because they wanted bride price, and one guy offered her 300 cows in Kenya. That was some dusty shit, you know? And I was saying to myself, I was like, asking at the time, I was like, people were telling me, well, Colin, man, you gotta understand Pan-African. I was like, I know Pan-African, but something don't seem right about this, you know? They're saying Obama's Obama's a Kenyan, so therefore he should give his daughter to a Kenyan. He had guys, a college professor saying, Malia is so beautiful, and he said he has 300 cows as bride price, Obama should have been bride price, and all this dusty ass stuff and whatnot, you know? So this it was just really, so when I hear that guy talking about, we don't need them here, this, that, you know, thing, you know, like, that guy was a Kenyan, by the way. That interview was done in Kenya. You know, we don't need them here and everything. But you were basically, a couple of years ago, half the country of Kenyans want to marry Barack Obama's daughter. You know, so it's all hypocrisy. I take, and I learned this from, I can tell how we're so unique. And I mean, unique, we're so similar between Africans and African Americans. We're all full of shit. You know, black people all over the world are full of shit. We like to put on fronts. We like to put on airs. We like to be bigger than we think we are. We like to be more important than we think we are. We always want to cover our individual, and not to disrespect anybody's culture and everything. We have our sacred cows. Oh, my culture this and everything. It's all, you know. But the thing is, here's the thing. In Asia, in Europe, these people are coming for blood. They're really winning. You know, they're really winning. Asians are now competing with the Europeans. They're taking over Europe as the main place of business around the world. But black people, because we don't see any value in our race and our color and everything, we have nothing to rally ourselves around, right? White people will win with other white people because there's power. When you see another white man, that's power. So they used to protect each other. Black people, we figure fight each other because there's no power and there's no value in blackness. We have to get to the point where blackness has value. And we're never going to do this if we keep fighting each other over stupid boundaries and stupid. We have to understand that despite everybody have their own cultures, and I want everybody to be proud of their culture. I want the Yoruba to be proud of their Yoruba, Igbo, how African American, whatever like that. But if your race, if the world's run by race, if you're not proud of your race as a black race and everything, we're never going to go anyplace. And that is the God knows truth. So when I get on these panels, stuff, and also let me say this too. You can be a Pan-African, love Africa, and you don't have to move to Africa. You don't have to live in Africa. You don't have to be there. You can visit and invest in everything. But Africanism is in your soul, in your heart, no matter where you are. If you live on the moon, you're still African. You know, and that's the way I see it.
Guys, am I audible? I'm having issues listening to Kala. I don't know if it's my internet.
No. It's you got.
You want that music? The music is disturbing a lot.
Yeah, I hide nothing. What Kala said. This is just what I want to say. Am I audible enough?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. This is just what I want to say. When I was listening to that guy, he said certain things that Kenyans don't say. Stay away from their culture. I don't believe Kenyans say things like that. That is typical of some group of West Africans, But this is what I want to say. I think we Africans, as what Kala just said, we're using this slave trade narrative. We should put that thing down. No man, we should chill. How we use words like that. We say certain things that the white man himself is scared of saying them. So I just want to say I think you can talk about someone's history, but not in a bad way. There's nothing wrong to talk about someone's history, but listen, let them tell you your history. Okay, let them tell their history. Listen to them, not trying to make your own history out of your history. Yeah, so I don't have so much time here. So I just want to ask Kidola, how far, bro?
I did. How far?
Where
Now,
did the
where
apple say this is African? I want to make for the hand this night. No, I not get time. Just for the hand because they talk rubbish for ahead. You understand? So
I want
I just
roast.
want just look. I get something to do. Nothing the apple.
Oh, but I dare your side, man. Fire
Yeah,
on.
for the hand for me. For the hand.
I go
I
do. I go
I
do
need
the
to
thing,
look
man.
out.
I go roast them here tired today before I go sleep.
All right, guys. I'm out. Peace out.
Okay, for
All right, see you
thank
later,
you,
bro.
Job. 199. And I agree with what Kidola said. Um, that there's some people from one East African country, starts with a K, specifically that country, and people from that country are like, you guys are using the diaspora, you guys are doing this, you guys are doing that. And I'm just like, so why are you okay, first and foremost, I feel like the relationship that at least Ghana has with African Americans and diaspora and Jamaicans is mutually beneficial. I feel like if we're using each other, we're both using each other and it's cool. You as a Kenyan though, why are you now getting on this whole we're all Africans, we're all black, we need them to come to our country? Why are you getting onto that when that literally has nothing to do with you? Every time I ask a Kenyan this, they go like,
Money.
"Ooh." Why are you trying to use them too? If that's the case, like why are you doing that? You know? But yeah, thanks Janela for the 199. Was there anything else, or sorry, anyone else wanted to go ahead?
Well, I think, and I was kind of listening in. Why would they want to be a part of that now? It's because there's money to be made, and they know African American niggas got money, so they want some of that that black nigga money. Now, I hate to say it, but everybody got to make their own livelihood. Everybody got to pay bills and put food on the table. So putting food on the table meaning that you act like you care about us, so you can get some more money. Go do it. I ain't got nothing against you.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. So it's bad when West Africans apparently act like they care about them, but then when Kenyans do it, it's fine. That's why I don't get double standards, but okay.
No, the chaos, the chaos. This Africa Tigers built her channel totally on we all Africans under the handpiece of Black Americans. You understand me? That's what she came out at first. You understand?
I'm just going to give you a little comment over here as far as how much I'm a historical nerd when it comes down to census forms and stuff like that, especially pertaining to the African diaspora. Okay. In regards to Kenya, well, everybody is pretty much correct on this platform, but the United States is the only country in the Western Hemisphere that got 400 of those motherfuckers in South Carolina in 1807, according to the census. Just want to bring some clarity on that. But the main group of East Africans, or what we might call, or we're going to call them East Africans, came from the Southeast to the Americas, mainly from the countries of coastal Mozambique and, of course, Madagascar. Their numbers was a lot more significant than the 400 small number of Kenyans that came to South Carolina. Just to bring a little bit of clarity here, because I look at this information all the time and, continue with the conversation. But I agree with everything with Carlos Genesis says, because it makes a lot of sense. And I agree with most of the people on this platform, I had to say.
Thank you.
Kenya, I've never seen where Kenya, the destiny of Kenyans and other Africans are totally clear. You understand what happened? Kenyans never talk about Black Americans in any sport, in any place since Ghana started announcing year of return. Then boom, Professor Mobumba, whatever her name is, pick her up from there. He was just doing our own shows about, look, if you love people, love them for real. You get what I'm saying? If you love them for real, love is not costly. It's even the cheapest. But don't try to pretend you love them or for investment or you use them to chase cloud. You get what I'm saying? Because African Tigress built that channel under the armpit of Black Americans. That's where she came. Oh, I'm doing this. I visit America. I visit this. She built the channel up like that. Well, never real love.
But Kinola, but is that hurtful or the gullible African Americans? Let me tell you something. Let me say this, brother. There's a lot of African Americans, and I'm looking at the thing. It's getting worse, right? They're so self-loathing. African, and then people pick up on that, right? Why do you think we in Black America has more cults than anybody else? We have the Malachi York cult. We have the Nation of Islam. All of this is basically telling people you don't know who you are. I got their salvation, everything like that. And so Africans are saying, if it worked for the Nation of Islam, it worked for all these other cults, the Yorkies and everybody else, Daddy Grace, Father Divine, and all these other people and everything like that. Why can't we get in on it? Yeah, I mean, if the people of Black in America is going to listen to African Tigress, she's telling them how wonderful Africa is and everything like that. And you got Black America, right, who sit there in America, privileged, got everything they want and everything. But it's not just Black people; it's white people too, right? Americans are sick. America's a sick society. They have all the material things they need, right? But it doesn't take. Remember Sun Yun Moon? Reverend Sun Yun Moon had millions of followers, right? Why do people follow this Korean guy? Cults of personality in America is a big cash cow. We have always had a problem with cults, charismatic cults. We have them in the Pacific Northwest, in the Midwest and everything. People going out to the communes and everything like that because modern society is hard. So when somebody tells you, oh, this is this African paradise over here, come on, support my channel, support me. Black America is very, very vulnerable to that. And I don't blame African Tigress or anybody else is doing it. It's just the way it is. But that doesn't still negate the fact that we still got a Pan-African movement to build.
Okay, yeah. Carla Genesis, let me go off that. African Millennial, I just got a few things to say. Obviously, we all saw the video. And we can see that the person is kind of a bit like ignorant as well. So obviously, confident people tend to speak with a lot more ignorance or something, or confident people tend to be stupid or something like that. So the guy is not knowledgeable and he's not as well versed into the history of slavery. But also you have to notice Brian gave context as to there were some East Africans that were taken into the American slave trade. So are you more angry with the ignorance that the guy spoke and stupidity the guy spoke? Because he was stringy, I admit he was stringy. What if the solidarity of the guy, what if the guy's feeling of solidarity is genuine? If the feeling of solidarity is genuine, do you accept that? But even though, are you more annoyed with the ignorance that he showed, African Millennial?
No.
I'm more annoyed with the ignorance. And if you're telling me 400 Kenyans who were taken to America now all of a sudden gives Kenya or Kenyans as a whole right to speak on this and relate to it, then I'm sorry, I can't rock with that. 400 Kenyans?
Yeah, but the feeling of solidarity can even be extended, even if it was just 400, even if there are people not related to you. Some people can have feelings of solidarity to you and say, oh, we feel sorry for what happened to these people. Do you question his feeling? Because you can't ever know if somebody genuinely feels that. You understand what I mean? So you don't really know, even though he was stupid in the way he said it, but you don't know how he feels it. And you don't know how the hundreds of Kenyans feel about the African American, but they say they're not brothers. Some of them feel different. You understand? So you have to check. Even Jews and some people, even some white people, felt solidarity for for black people in terms of this abolition of slave trade and all that kind of stuff. So you have to put things into perspective like that and all that stuff. So I don't reject the solidarity if it's genuine. I don't reject it, but I can clearly see the guy was a bit not well versed into the history. So I don't like how they shove people like that in front of us and call them our leaders. I don't like that kind of stuff because we've seen that multiple times.
You are studying it too much. Let me just tell you the truth. Let me just tell you one thing. Connection is powerful thing. Connection is very powerful. Not a study. You see, this Pan-African of a thing. Pan-Africa is just too huge. You have to say Pan-West Africa. Let's just be honest. Let's be true. East Africans have no connection, have no emotional, have nothing attached to anybody be took it any to the people that be took to America. When I mean America, talk generally. If you watch Ecuador a football team, you will see that these guys are West Africans. If you go and look at Colombia, look at the black people there, you see these are West Africans. If you go to Venezuela, the darker ones that still remain the dark there, you see that these are West Africans. Hold on. Let me just tell you the truth. If you go to Brazil, this Brazil, you see that because they speak Portuguese, they're not really connected to Angola. You understand me like that? They're connected to Central Africa, really. And West Africans, the Yorubas, the Igbos. You understand me? So when somebody doesn't have connection towards you, you does not look like him at all. You have no phenotype that look like him at all. Do you ever see any African American that look like African Tigers? Hell no. You understand me?
Yeah. Kidola, I get it. Kidola, I get it.
Hold on. So the eyes does not lie, the DNA does not lie, nothing lies. When they start testing these black Americans, you can see that even their build, their phenotype, the way they look like solid like West Africa and an African man who live in back of my house. You know what I'm saying? So it's just because the black Americans sometimes they're too broadened. When they mention Africa, they want to be mentioned Egypt. We don't even know. They don't mention Morocco. They mention things and Nubians and all these people that we don't even have anything to do with at all. When we say Africa, we don't mean West Africa. You understand me?
Kidola, let me tell you something. Even people who have blood relation with you can be indifferent with you, just like you, Kidola, are indifferent to African Americans and their plight. You have expressed your indifferenceness towards them. You understand? Even you have connection to them more than an East African, but you have shown more indifferentness to them. Now, let me tell you where the connection is. These are people we live in the same continent. We're almost like the same Niger-Congo branch, and we share the same history and experience of slavery. So that is a point of solidarity that they can have with West Africans, because they were taken to the East African slave trade as well. So while the others, so there is a point of connection there where at least people who share the same history can have some solidarity.
Who are you selling unity to? What door?
No one is selling unity. You just have to stop speaking blindly. You just have to stop running with your emotions.
I'm no emotions about this because look, I'm West African, right? I will never feel safe to even live in somewhere like Rwanda, whereby I build different, I'm more bigger nose, bigger shoulder, tall. Even with a tall, but I look more strong in face looking. You understand me? Then you expect me to live there because we're all Africans? Hell no. That Kumaya that happened, go and tell those ones in this. The only way we come together, we work together, is when South Africa was in big shit. That's why we all came together and said, no, we blacks have to really deal with this because we just came out of that independence time at that period. But if you say that we can understand that the black Americans sometimes don't, because everybody is black for them, it's all brothers is for them. I continue saying this. I don't have a problem with them. It's the way they were knocking us in this internet of a thing, calling us monkeys and everything. That's what I have a problem with. That's what I'm reacting to. But if you have to look at it, when the whole of Africans go after Tariq Rashid, started calling him with the N, big O, N word, it hurt me a lot because indirectly, if Somalians can call Tariq Rashid that kind of something that even look like us,
that's not the East Africans being spoken about.
Don't speak. You are too. Your view and the way you want to speak is too. You want to generalize this kind of unity that never really exists in one way or the other. You understand me? I don't know where you're from. You can be from East Africa. maybe that's where you're from.
You said it never existed. So like, I'm a Black American, right?
Look,
And I always
let me just tell you the truth, my brother. If you go to East Africa, you will experience differences between West Africans and East Africans.
okay. So it's a difference. I get it.
In everything.
Culture, tradition, there's
Culture,
different things.
culture, everything. Even
It's no problem.
the phenotype is different. A West African woman is big and thick. You understand me? Strong. It's a Kea woman. It can have a big ass, but it has a little bit curly. Some of them don't have ass at all. You understand me? That's just where it roll.
Right. Yes, they're big and thick. They share the same history. They're in the same continent. They almost have almost similar cultures as well. You emphasize our differences so much as if we're not even similar. We have more similarities than you think. Yes, we have similarities with African Americans, but so do we with those East African Bantus in terms of our culture. So you are looking at the Horners. Yes, I know the Horners. They are a little bit different and all that stuff. But we have similarities with them. We have shared history. So their position in which they have solidarity with Black Americans and the rest of other Africa is a valid point. It's a valid point and a valid place. So if it's genuine, I don't reject it. If it's genuine, I don't reject it. So that's all I'm saying.
Add this to what you're saying, right? So here in America, right, I've seen a whole bunch of different looking Black people that look like different groups of Black people in Africa. And I know that's where we come from. A lot of people don't. I've dealt with a lot of different people. I mean a lot of different people, trust me. And I can tell, I was like, yo, and it seems to be like a missing group that a lot of us kind of look like. There's only a little bit who look like that over there too.
You know what? First of all, thank you for having me on your channel.
Thanks, Lodge.
African Millennial. And shout out to the chat and shout out to the people on the panel. I am Hustle Smart. My channel is the Silk Police Academy. Y'all can bring y'all ugly, strong face,
man, you never post nothing, Silk Police.
Over to my channel.
You never post nothing, Silk Police.
This is the thing, though. This is the thing. I just did a show this weekend about why Africans would never 100% accept and trust Black Americans and vice versa. And just hearing y'all talk is the reason why, because it's no type of code of conduct and just how we even talk about the most we talking about the basic thing. You know what I'm saying? Not, everything that y'all saying is complex. I'm not saying that it's not true, but what I'm saying is that if you get 100 different Africans up here, you gonna get 100 different different examples and 100 different reasons and 100 different ways of why they think the way we think. See, as Black Americans, even though we're all around the board also, but we still have this one thing that we all damn near all of us have in common, that we don't really know where we come from. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, like the brother was saying, we might see somebody that look like us and then be like, well, hell, that guy looks like, that lady looks like my grandmama, so we must be, a cherry Indian or something. And they might see, another person might see somebody in their family and be like, okay, we from the indigenous people from Australia. The problem is in the Black community is that it was that sense of we were sold like trash. You get what I'm saying? Like this, like no other way to look at it. Of course, there are some things, or white people did stuff or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's the same. Let me give you a better analogy. It's the same way right now. Say for instance, aliens came out the sky and they said, well, you know what? We want 1 million. We want 1 million of y'all to come with us. Regardless of, we want 1 million. At the end of the day, the world would pick from this trash first. You get what I'm saying? This is just what people do. This is where the pecking order comes in at. So if the alien said we want 1 million of y'all, or we're going to destroy the planet, immediately everybody would go picking up orphans, would go picking up bums on the corner, or they'll be picking up people that's got disability or whatever. And then if that's not enough, then they would just go up. who is the less of the less. So as Black Americans, we know that we was the trash that wasn't wanted. And the problem comes with the Africans is that, okay, y'all are the trash. Y'all are the trash that Africans didn't want at the time, but now y'all come back with this knowledge, you come back with this money, and you act just like the people that bought you and kept you for 400 years. You get what I'm saying? So I understand. Hold on.
Wait, guys.
I listen to everybody talk. I didn't interrupt nobody. I sat back and listened. So I'm trying to explain to y'all is that that's why it would never be accepted, because when you throw your trash away, you don't expect your trash to come back with diamond earrings and a MasterCard, American Express, you know what I'm saying, staying in 5-star hotels. You get what I'm saying? You don't expect that. So I understand the way some Africans feel to where when we come back over there, they don't want you to come over there, because when Hustle Smart step off the plane, I'm stepping off the plane with $5,000 or $10,000. You get what I'm saying? So I am competition to the African man. Even the African women will see. Soon as she hear me talk, I'm elevated. I'm elevated with the female.
Brother, I'm not here for your.
Please hold on. Let me correct something. Let me correct something.
Listen, bro. You don't have to interrupt me. You don't have to interrupt me to correct some. I'm landing the plane. And then you can do all the correcting. I don't like me. I'm a logical person. I don't understand interrupting me to correct something.
Talking about his life story. I don't give a shit.
This is the last part. This is the last part. What I'm saying is that when Americans step off the plane, we are competition. It's the same way when Africans come. It's the same way when Africans come to America and FBA see them as competition. That right there will never change. So therefore, it'll never be 100% respect, and it'll never be 100% accepted. Now I'll let y'all emotional mama boys that can't stop interrupting go ahead and talk, and I'll sit back and listen.
All right, Mo. Let me just say, mine is quick, Mo. Police. Not all African Americans were trashed when they went. Not all African Americans. Some were captured from a war situation, warring and competition. So not all African Americans were like that.
We know that.
Oh, yeah, some were warriors. Oh, no, it's just. Hold on. You said you were not gonna respond, innit? So it's just the way you portrayed it, like all African Americans were trash and we rejected the trash.
No, that's some of how them, you took it.
No. Simply, you see, you gotta stop that. No, not all of you were trash. You understand what I mean? Some were warriors that were captured and sold, and then some were trash. Some were trash, but the majority were warriors. But there's a few that are trash, and we will call out the trash. That's all I'm saying. So don't say all African Americans were trash when they were sent away.
Hold on. First of all, who said that? Who said what you just said right there?
But when you first started Police, you said that.
No. I asked you, man to man, I asked you a direct question. Who said what you just said?
You said that Police Academy.
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that. You put what I said in your own words, bro.
You can go back to the clip. You said that. But anyways, let's let Mo talk. Let's let Mo talk.
We all know that. That's why I used the analogy of the alien saying that we took the worst, but then after we took the worst, we go ahead and take some other. That's just how white people is. White people said, hey, you know what I'm saying? Y'all sold us the trash, but we want to take some of the good ones too. That's why maybe you didn't understand the analogy, and I'll just sit back and listen, my brother.
Maybe, yeah. Let's let Mo talk. Mo, go on, Mo. Sorry, African Mary. Go on. Mo Solomon. He's not gonna say nothing.
Look. Let me just tell the truth. You know, my brother, where you from? Madara, where you from? Kenya?
I'm West African and all that stuff, so I could easily jump on the Kenyan bandwagon and all that stuff. But I don't easily jump on that and all that stuff. Okay, I don't easily jump on the bandwagon.
Let me tell you the truth about what happened. I'm from West Africa, right? Slave trade was being taken a lot in Nigeria. You understand? I'm from a state also whereby the king participates also in that fucking shit also. You understand me?
Yeah.
you know, and that will lead to the disintegration of the world called the Benin Empire. You know what I'm telling you? There are people now. When I mean Benin Empire, I'm not talking about the Benin they just create as a country. This is like Benin.
Yeah,
Benin,
I know.
So that will lead to some people. That Benin you see was very large, start breaking up. Not just because they were selling slaves, you know, but it also lead to some group of tribes also left the kingdom. They started forming their own places over southern part of Nigeria.
Yes, the Dahomey and all that stuff. You understand the history.
What happened during the slave trade? Whenever the people was being taken as trash, what happened is the kings and the elite, they were going to like minority tribes by raiding people. They might even like your land, they will raid you. Then when they started doing those things, they themselves also being raided also. You understand? Because the sugar was just too sweet. You understand? What happened in the past was very bad. But we all know the white man they lie, where most Africans they took were coming from. You understand? They lie. The Portuguese came to West Africa first to establish their self there as friends. Then they participate a little bit there, but come with the British who participate heavily and the French.
Yeah.
You know? And we know they said, see where they took the people to. But you see,
so what's your point? And that,
my point is that when you start bringing a lot of people together, the Igbos, the Ashanti, the Ebe, the Aga, the Yoruba, the Calabas and everything together, that was from really what most black people in South and North America, you know, what they are. You know, and you can see that with their DNA and their body structure and who they are and the kind of food they eat. I'm not talking about Black American now because Black America come to a time they were not really communicating with the other Africans because they were just kept isolated there for years. You know, they were not having communication with other Africans that were coming as fresh. So that's why Jamaica and these Caribbeans are carry the root of most African way of living and food and the way they speak their English also is the way we learn the disco.
So Kidola, black people should be the only ones to kind of complain and decry. Should be the only ones to kind of complain and decry and protest about their own plight, right? Black people should be the only ones. Nobody else is allowed to share, or nobody else is allowed to share or have solidarity with us. We should be the only ones to complain and protest about our plight. Correct?
The blacks in the Americans the blacks in the Americans have to see Africa as their home, as their motherland.
Because the way you're going, like cutting it down, so African Americans could come and say, you Africans have nothing to do with us. We got our own reparations and all that stuff. You cannot share in our pain because you don't understand our experience and all that stuff. So you Africans can't talk about our history. You can't talk. So you, Kidola, won't be able to talk about Black Americans. So this little division is just causing a problem.
Let me help out right quick, right?
Africa have no business with Black America money.
Let me say this. I'm a Black American, right?
Now you're saying we have no business. When you said we have no similarities, now you say we have no business with them. So you see how you're contradicting yourself.
Africans have no business with the money, whatever they got in the United States. Africans have no business in their money.
Over 10 million people in the Congo got killed. Even though I'm supposed to be a Black American, I think that shit fucked up. And that's my people, and that shit happened to me.
Thank you, King Genocide. Thank you, King Genocide. You see how King Genocide showed solidarity. Many people got killed in the Congo, even though that was not his history. He still shared the same pain and had the same solidarity. Are you gonna stop him from those genuine feelings, Kidola? Are you gonna stop him from feeling genuine feelings about the people that got killed in the Congo?
Because that guy that is speaking, he have history with the Central Americans. You have to start with Central Africans. You have to start Central Africans will all be brought to most of the Central America were brought over to Ghana. That's where they ship them out. You have to understand, you know.
Kidola.
Hold on. You have to understand the king. There's a powerful king in Ghana at that time who was even renting laborers from Congo to come and start digging the gold in Ghana. Powerful kings like the Ashanti king were very, very powerful at that time. They were hired laborers. So not just everything was going on as slave trade. They were also hired laborers also from the king of Congo. Then the slave trade was also taking place also, like that. Yes, I feel sorry for Congo because Congo and me share similar type of language. You understand?
Do you know some Congolese got taken in the Swahili slave trade in the East Africa area? Do you know some Congolese were also taken?
Most of us Black Americans, when it comes to my bloodline, it'll say that we from the Niger Congo.
Right. So some Congolese were taken from inland Congo to the slave trade in East Africa that happened in Zanzibar and the Arabians. So they have similar history. That's the point in which they can understand the plight of Black Americans and the plight of other Africans.
When we're saying the Kenyans and the Tanzanians and those other aspects of people, they should be looking for their people in Oman and India. Those forgetting black people who now in the jungle in India, who have no civil rights, who have nothing there, they have to be thinking about those ones because most of the Kenyans will be taken into slave trade to Oman.
So are you gonna deny them? Are you gonna deny them their feelings of solidarity? Like you, Kidola, are you saying you don't have a feeling for those black people that you see in India and Oman and all that kind of stuff that have got? Don't you feel a little bit? Oh, they share the same. Even in fact, we share the same history of colonialism and all that stuff. Why do you think African people leaders or in Pan-Africanism? Let me just not use that anyway. Why do you think African leaders or independent leaders supported each other all the way from West Africa to Southern Africa to East Africa? Why do you think they supported each other? Because we share the same history. Kidola, come on. I understand.
Look. You can see the way that guy in that video said they are no family because it doesn't look when that guy said such a thing in the video very openly that they are no longer family. Is because it does not look like Black Americans. When you see them, you see them as Nigerians, you see them as Ghanaians, you see them as Ivory Coast, you see them as Cameroonians.
You see them as competition also.
No.
You don't think that
let me tell you one thing.
Hold on, let me ask the question.
Kenyans.
Ask the question first.
Hold on.
You don't think Africans from Kenya and Uganda, whenever when a Black American steps off that plane, you don't think that the men see Black Americans as competition?
When they see you as competition because they see you don't look like them. Ghana never see or Nigeria never see Black America as a competition. No, they never see you pull like that.
Where you from, my brother? Where you from?
I'm from Nigeria. No matter the amount of money you have over. The money you bring in, you have over even somebody will tell you are welcome, far more richer than you, because we already know.
But that doesn't matter. What I'm trying to explain to you that we talking about the average Black American makes at least $40,000 a year.
Let's
So this is what I'm saying. My doctor is a Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? And he goes over there, he do her mandatory work. His name Dr. Shobo, Ebo Shobo or something like that. And he from Forest Park, Georgia. Y'all can look him up. And he tells me that. He's the one told me that. You know what I'm saying? And other Nigerians that are not Nigerians are hustlers, you know what I'm saying? So when they come to America, they bring that same hustle message. But the ones that come from America to them, this is how my doctor told me. He said, first thing, the flight to go over there is like $1,500. To stay there for a week, if you want to stay somewhere nice, it's going to cost you $150. So off the rip, before you even walked around Nigeria, you already dropped $2,500, which the average, we're talking about the average. Of course, there's rich people everywhere, but we're talking about the common African, the common African in no country in Africa makes at least 40, that equivalent to $40,000 a year US.
Look, you're talking about money in Africa. Look, hold on. In Africa, let me just tell you, with your money, if you commit, will you do something wrong in the eastern part of Africa, right? Forget about the financial aspect. I'm telling you now about even your own security or even the way they will treat you. You understand me? Your money can be good as you spend it, and you don't break the rules and the laws for their own aspect. You understand me? Just the same way South Africa will easily recognize a West African, that is the way Kenya will easily recognize a West African. So if you go to Kenya or Rwanda, you feel you're all brothers, you feel, oh, we're all brothers. I'm trying to let the Black American know it does not fly like that in Africa. You understand me? It does not fly like that in Africa. I can easily, something goes wrong, I can easily apologize to a Ghana guy or try to talk sentiment. They will emotionally connect to me, say, okay, leave it. But in Kenya or in Rwanda, that connection is not just there like that. That's why you see, when that guy was speaking, it was speaking on that base that you are him does not look the same. You understand me? Just the way
How do
you
you
are.
know it? How do you
Hold
know
on,
it?
hold on,
How do you
hold
know
on,
what
hold
he's
on.
basing it off of?
Hold on.
I
Just
know.
wait.
I'm just really trying to
Just
understand. How
just
did
the
you?
way.
How from that? I watched the same video you
Just
watched.
the way.
How in the hell can you say what he was basing that off of?
Just the way Uganda will look at you, Uganda man will know that you're not from Uganda because you don't have their phenotype. You understand me? When they look at you really that you're not from their place. Then if you let a person like O'Shea who live in Uganda, they will see him as West African. Hoha, they will see him, it's a West African guy if he didn't speak. They will think maybe it's
Yeah,
Ghana or Nigeria.
we all understand that.
So,
Let me just say one thing.
Yeah,
Let me just say.
I think you overthinking the situation to try to paraphrase what somebody's thinking about. What he said was, see, sometimes, man, you got to take people for what they say is face value. Don't put nothing on the front of it. Don't put nothing on the back of it. Just call it straight down the middle. That's the problem when we have these conversations with Africans and continental Africans. That is all some type of fluff, some type of apologetic excuse to it. What he said is what he said, and he got the right to feel the way he said. And it's the same way that some Black Americans don't feel no connection to Africa, the same way as some Kenyans don't feel no connection to Black Americans. Don't try to add no fluff to it. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, so I'm boasting to say something final. African millennial, the way I look at it is like you can never ever stop people from saying or thinking whatever they think. You can't stop them. You can't do anything about them. They will say it. Your position should be, okay, if this person says something stupid and ignorant, you should be up to your responsibility to correct that person. You see, just like this person came on the guy came on the camera and he started speaking, it was cringy because it was lackluster of good information. It was lackluster and it was not enough. That's why he was cringy. He was cringing you out. But I'm sure you do not reject the solidarity that other Africans feel towards each other, even towards the other African brethren around the world. You do not reject that. But you do recognize the stupidity and cringiness. You will never stop anybody from stupidity, African millennial. You can't stop people. Stupid people are the most confident people in the world. You understand what I mean? So your position should be to correct that. You know?
Thank you.
Arrogant. I agree
Wait,
with that.
Hold on.
Can I respond to what he just said? Thank you for explaining that. I see the point that you're talking about right now. You know, if something like that happens, I shouldn't just be like, why is a Kenyan saying this? I'll just try to understand and speak that the information you're saying is wrong. But
yeah, Habibi made a joke about it and he said something like that. African American, if Hornets are talking about slavery and speaking shit, all you have to do is just slap them in the forehead. It turns them off for talking shit.
No.
That was a sarcastic joke. Yeah, that was sarcastic. That was good.
Yeah. Look, we that came from West Africans, let's be honest, we never really see Ethiopia as black. Let's just be honest. Do Black Americans say Ethiopians as black? Because sometimes I see Black Americans say, oh, Ethiopians are black. We never see them as black. You understand me? We never see them as black. Just the way we never see Somalia might have black skin color, but we just know they are different people compared to West Africans. That's just the truth. The way East Africans, we easily know East Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, and they all know each other there. They all know Rwanda, and they all know Burundi. You understand? We know ourselves. Don't just like this, or we all look. Yes, we can come and fight unity together, and we can come and see everybody. You have to understand, we all know ourselves. But Black America don't know like that, because in Black America way of life, even the light and light skin that look like Mexico can also be black as long as voice sounds black. You understand me? So when Black America call people black, to us we laugh. These Black Americans that don't have
we get some of your bloodline. Hold on, it might not be of 100%, but a lot of us get y'all blood in us. You get what I'm saying? But it ain't 100%.
Yeah. So some of these Black Americans who doesn't have connection to Africa, we know that they are very light-skinned ones. The very light-skinned African Americans, yes, they will say, I don't have anything to do with Africa, because when they look at themselves, they don't really resemble any, because they are triple times missed. But the ones that live somewhere in Galagichi, or the ones that are like somewhere in those in South Carolina and some part of North Carolina, you will see these people are dark as the factor of dark Black people in Africa. Even those
people have been light skinned since before 5,000 years.
So even when those ones are come out, what that tries, I speak under the Africa perspective, that the Kenyans just jump into this wagon because when Ghana did the year of return, that was cause all this other, because the Kenyans will not get the Black Americans for maybe they might visit there, but they don't really know them like that. It's the white that really coming to Kenya. It's the white people that really coming to Kenya like that. It's not really African Americans coming to Kenya. They might come, but they will not know who they are. They might think, oh, these are Nigerians coming again. You understand? Or these are Ghanaians coming again. But what make Black America very popular in Kenya is because of Ghana. When Ghana do that year of return, the Kenya sees way of business out of it. The YouTube started pumping out. The well-educated ones like the Africa Tigers and Professor whatever Mozu started coming out, started dashing to the UT. That's how Black Americans started knowing much about. They know Kenya. They love the name Kenya because they love some of the love anything African name. That's why I said, if you really love them, don't pretend by calling them your brothers or calling them come, because some people form a whole channel by interviewing Black America and going towards the whole ball game. That if these Black Americans have to be honest, look at yourself at the mirror and check who do you look like. Then I look more like West Africa really. Then you understand, because going to all these countries and try to stay over there, they might not have really connection towards you because you don't look like them. You all can be Black, but in Africa we don't speak like that. We look at ourselves and think, am I looking like this guy? Yes. Do we share similar type of tradition or culture? Yes. That's just where it go. Just where the Ghana people throw their wrapper, they are sure to throw their wrapper on their shoulder. That's the third team. My tribe also throw their own wrapper on the shoulder too. Our elderly men. You understand?
Hey, so, African millennial, have you ever been to the United States?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, this is the thing I want to. Well, you can definitely vouch for this. This is how it. But this is the difference between Africa and America. Black people in America. The reason why the Black people say that Black basically because when we have to sign anything like an application on there, some applications can say African American. Some people say Black. You get what I'm saying? Believe me, people saying the word Black is just short for African American. Most people don't care. Like my sister might say African American, I say Black, and we're just shortening up the word. It's really no. See, the difference is it's no different between African American and Black, as far as the people that's born and raised here. But let me tell you something. Since Africa has borders, you know what I'm saying? You'll have some people in Nigeria that will never leave Nigeria. You'll have people in Cameroon that would never leave out of Cameroon. But in America, You'll have some people that's born, like I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, you know what I'm saying, which is right by South Carolina, right where you say the Gullah Geechee is. But you'll have people that's born and raised there, but in America, you don't have to pay a fee to cross into another state. You don't have to, long as it's a road that'll take you there, you can go. So therefore, you'll have people in America that will, talking about born and raised in the South where it's hot, just like West Africa, but they'll go to the north, close to Canada, up there in New York, to where African Millennial lives at now, and they'll be like, oh shit, I'm at home. That's how Black Americans are. We don't have no solid, we don't own no ownership to where our parents was born at or where our family was raised up at. If we go to Wichita, Kansas, and there's 90%, it can be 99% white people there. But if a Black person go there and say, well, man, I feel good here, he's going to try to start looking for a job. What I'm saying is that's why Black Americans just don't see no connection. Now, I'm going to tell you about the Kenya part of it. The Kenya part of it, we Black Americans don't care if y'all really see us as brothers and sisters. Believe me, Black Americans we just appreciate the reach out. So when Ghana was one of the first places to reach out, that's why people poured in, because let me tell you like this, African Millennial, and maybe you know this and maybe you don't. The average Black American, if you put a gun to his head, I know you might not be gangster like that, but just say if you had a gun to your head and you walked up to Hustle Smart and say, tell me the area code of any country in Africa, I'm gonna blow your brains out. I'll be dead. If you say, hey, show me one person's phone number in your phone for somebody from Africa, I'll be dead. Show me a Providence or anything. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that most Americans, we don't care because we don't know anybody there. So going to Ghana, we felt like when we got off the plane, like Americans will pay extra money for convenience. Say for instance, like the lady at the market selling mangoes, and then somebody say, well, you know what? Instead of going to the market, I'll charge you $20 just to bring the mangoes to your house. But look, I can go to the market and get them for 25 cents. But if you say, hey, give me $20 to bring it to the house, now African might say that's stupid, but a Black American will pay that. Like I order stuff for my son, and sometimes the shipping and handling is more than the gift. Like we have been conditioned in America to pay for convenience. So when Ghana reached out, we was like, okay, when we get off the plane, we know where we got to go. We're going to see other people. It's not going to be like if I fly to Cameroon right now, I'm on my own. This is Africa. If I don't have no connection, I'm asked out. Is that correct, Miss? Did I say that correct, African Millennial? Do you agree with that? Everybody got quiet.
Yeah, your connection, I don't know how you look.
My connection was bad.
Yeah, if don't no look. What we let's get it straight here. You see, why we're talking about Kenya now? Why Kenya jump into this wagon, flaunting with the slave trade and making it a business also, just like the way the year of return from Ghana, boom. Mm-hmm. It is marketing. Kenyans are doing what Kenya is doing is marketing, right?
I agree.
That's why I said, if you love people, look, if I cannot offer you nothing, I will never ask you to come to my house because I don't have anything to offer you. Baba, I might not even have a coach. I might not even have a bottle of soft drink to give to you to drink or anything to give to you. So why are you inviting people? Look, I understand Black Americans want to know really where their far sisters are coming from, because when they took these people, they were looking like typical African people. They were not looking like light-skinned men or light-skinned women. These are dark-skinned women.
We call it whitewash. We call it whitewash in America.
Yeah. So these people are different than what you see the Black Americans you see now. So the Black Americans see now, the people are being missed like that. Some of them being missed heavily. But the one that took were very dark-skinned Africans. To the recent picture they show about Kojo or Joe or whatever, Kojo, the black guy, that's an example how a typical African look like they took to United States, to other part of Africa. Because we're talking about
you talking about the actor that played in Amistad?
No. There was a guy called Kojo.
Okay.
Kojo, you know, it's an African guy that took to United States. His name is called Kojo. His ancestors, his descendants are still there. I think they just celebrate the guy. Or look at the Galagichi people who, because they were isolated, they were not too mixed like that. You know, you can see the food they eat, the way they prepare their food, the way they behave, the way they bury their dead, and the way they celebrate who they are. I would not lie to you. I'm more connected to the Galagichi at this moment than any other Black American. Let's just be honest, because the other Black American might be eating peanut butter.
Keep going. I want to hear that shit. Keep going. That's how you know.
Yeah, eating peanut butter, pancake with sugar straw, But if you see where the Galakichi, the way they eat jollof rice, they eat a lot of the cuisines that we're eating in Africa until today. But that doesn't mean
right. They do practice their African. I do that, but do you know that the Gullah Geechee in South Carolina, it's just a small group. It's no more than 5,000 or 10,000 of them. It's not that many. You know that, right?
No, I will not lie to you. When I saw a group of South Carolina people, to be honest, I would not differentiate them from Sierra Leone.
Yeah, because that's where their lineage is from. I'm from, I make a joke on my channel all the time. I did my DNA, and my DNA came back Sierra Leone, Mende, Timne. So I always make this joke that I come from the rice picking niggas from Sierra Leone. You get what I'm saying? So but in South Carolina, the problem is that Black Americans is not practicing African culture. You get what I'm saying? It just don't, you have a small group, think about it like this. South Carolina is one of the smallest cities in Africa, about the same as Togo or Burundi, somewhere like that. So it's small. And so the Gullah Geechee, they sit in this town called Charleston, South Carolina, which is small. I mean, this town maybe got 40,000 at the most. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
they're on the coast. So what I'm saying is
they really fool me. We greet. I said, "Where you from?" They say, "Oh, Sierra Leone." I said, "Oh, okay." We just talk and talk. Later part, the guy came to meet me. That was about 2 hours later, because we kind of location and join ourselves. Then the guy said, "Oh man, you thought I'm from Sierra Leone?" I said, "Yeah, man, you're from Sierra Leone. You look like Sierra Leone." They were really very look like Sierra Leone. They don't know we're from South Carolina. Like, really? Really? So, no, we're just Africans who are called Black Americans in America, but we know we're connected to Sierra Leone. I said, "Man, you look like Sierra Leone." So you can see the people I'm talking about now. For me, is you see, people are different. The further you are in the big cities like New York, Atlanta, so you can see the relationships started coming up. You can't tell who you really fall in love with. Then these kind of things started missing, and people started become, really different. But let's go down to the other side of outside America, because America is far more richer. That's why we really talk about United States a lot. If you go down to Colombia, go to the jungle ones and see the Africans there. They look like people, like that. So what we're talking about is I'm not talking about, we just said Kenya should try to promote their ones that took, because Ghana understand that they took them. Ghana was like the hub of them taking them out to everywhere. That's what Ghana said, "Come back home." Part of the guilt is also there. This president of Ghana might be really, really, really. This is not about business. It might be feeling guilty also. It might be thinking, because some of them study in America, and London. You know, why do you think the president of Sierra Leone is giving passport out like that? Because he studied in United States. There's a guilt in some of these leaders and think, well, what can I really do to help? Okay.
Oh, no, it's no guilt. If it was guilt, then it wouldn't cost $5,500, bro. You get what I'm saying? Think about it like this. Think of like this. The do one of those, because you have to go through a tour operator. I already did the research on all of that. You cannot just go get citizenship in Sierra Leone. They don't feel sorry for you. You have to go through a tour operator like Dynas Amir, and he's not the only one. He's one of the known ones that we know in our Pan-African community. But I looked it up. They have a lot of them. You have to go through a tour operator. So that means you got to take investment classes. See, that's one thing that Dynas does not explain when he say that you're going to be there for 7 to 9 days. And he just showing you where he going to these places, eating spicy goddamn greens and cassava off the side of the road. He doesn't tell you the part where you have to go to these classes. You have to go through these investment classes. You get what I'm saying? And you have to have your DNA to match. So think about it. I paid $556 to get my DNA results. So my dad's side, it came back to people from Spain. And on my mama's side, it came back to the rice picking niggas from Sierra Leone, which is Mende Temne. So therefore, I got the certificate. Now I got to pay $5,500. So that's $6,000, bro.
That's
think about it. So hold on, this is the last part. This is the last part. So I know how much the currency is from $6,000 and what the average person making in Sierra Leone. And think about it like this: most Black Americans, they just spending that money just like me. Let me not talk about Black, but let me talk about myself. If I go to Sierra Leone, I have no intentions on living there at all. You get what I'm saying? Even though I'm from West Africa, my lineage, I feel more in common with Kenya and Uganda, with places that's more developed. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't got bougie. I'm one of the bougie. You get what I'm saying? So I want to stay in the 5-star. You know what I'm saying? I want to stay in a 5-star hotel. So what I'm saying is that it is what it is. But what I'm saying is that $6,000 is nobody. Somebody's taking $6,000 from you is not feeling guilty, bro.
Okay. UFC super fan, and then we have to move to Ugali Supremacy, who is an actual Kenyan. This is gonna be interesting. But yeah, UFC, are you there?
Let Ugali go first.
Okay, yeah, Ugali go. Go
6,000 African millennial. 6,000.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, it's a very interesting stream you guys have here, man. I didn't know my brother Kidole here has really have a passionate beef with Kenyans. I don't know what did we ever do to you, my brother? I don't know. There's a lot of Nigerians here I'm in Nairobi, by the way, a place called Roysambu. We've got like thousands of, if not millions of Nigerians here. I don't know why you got the beef, bro.
Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you.
Today is the beef to roast the chaos today, because you probably call it West Africa dusty a lot of times.
Okay. I don't know, because
I don't have no hate for chaos, man. But you're dusty chaos and low IQ people, like Kizo is always saying. You always call us dusty, low IQ West Africans and all those nonsense. So today I'm ready to roast you or two.
Yeah, man. I know. It was weird that you mentioned African Tigress. By the way, I don't know why you have a beef with her. But let me say something about my brother here, Kidole, and actually some people here in the comment section.
What part of Kenya are you from?
Yeah.
What part of Kenya are you from?
Nairobi.
Okay. Don't they call it the robbery?
Yeah. It has many names. It has many names. It can also be called Kanairo. There's a lot of nicknames to Nairobi, but yeah, it's Nairobi. But first of all, I don't know why people are how does an African American look like? How does a West African look like? Like this obsession with phenotypes, it makes me feel sorry for like African Americans that don't fit that phenotype, right? Like the dark-skinned African American, or you know, when you mock Africans and the African Americans that look like that, yeah, I just feel sorry for those. Maybe they're the minority, maybe they're the majority, I don't know, but I feel sorry. Like it's really dusty to me that you could just when you obsess over phenotypes, that I don't know what type of nose, like that Kenyan brother, I had a lot of people talking about his nose. And the second video is not a Kenyan. The second video is actually a Ugandan, but we'll claim him because he's East African. Second of all, I like to welcome in terms of all East Africans that, yeah, man, African American brothers, you're welcome to Kenya, man. Come to Kenya, come invest, buy properties, and you know, start businesses.
Spend that dollar, make it rain, make it rain. Spend that.
Nah. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed, bro. I know, and I'm being direct, and like our Ghanaian brothers or West African brothers who have to pull off the, you know, the what is it, 400 years, you know, all these curtains and all these smoke and mirrors. I'm just going to be direct. Come and invest in Kenya. We have a good infrastructure, and you know, it's just the economy is great. You get good money for your investment. Second of all, Kenya, this beef between Kenyans that can't talk about slavery and can't talk about African Americans, that's not true. First of all, Kenyan history is very much aligned with African American history. Since the days of the Mau Mau, Malcolm X, actually, let me just give an example. Malcolm X was a big admirer of Mau Mau. He actually sent an African American delegation to Kenya to learn from the Mau Mau. Second of all, Tom Mboya, I don't know, all these are Kenyan leaders. Tom Mboya actually marched with Martin Luther King, MLK. I think the other day it was his holiday or something. I heard about that. So all this history, and guess what? They actually had a plan. I think MLK and Tom Mboya, they came up with a program in which East Africans, because that was in the 60s and Kenya was like a fresh country, we needed more educated people to come back to build the nation. They actually came up with a program in which East Africans could go to America to study and you know, come back and build the nation. And one of those East Africans was actually Barack Obama Sr. So, you know, look, like Kenyan history and African American history is so intertwined. Let's not forget the 400 people. My brother just Komi Brown, who mentioned the 400 slaves. They are people too, even if they're a minority. So I think Kenyans should have a good opinion, or should be able to give opinion on the slavery or any issue that's to do with black people.
Let me ask you one thing. When you see Black America in Kenya, and this guy have no accent, and this Black America have not, you don't look at him like that, right?
No, they look the same. This is the thing, my brother. Why you
where do you say that guy is coming from? Let's just be honest. How do you know? How do you know in Nigeria and Kenya? How do you able to recognize a Nigerian in Kenya?
Yeah.
How do you recognize a Nigerian in Kenya?
How do I look to you? Do I look like related to Africans or not?
You see, when you're making genocide, you look like a Kenyan. You wouldn't stand out.
See?
Let me see. Okay, you look like that. You don't look like a Kenyan. You look like somebody from West Africa. Stop, you know. I know a Kenyan.
Nah, my brother. Okay, go. There's this channel of a guy called JT the Bigger Fig. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He's in Kenya. He's an African American. He's invested in Kenya. He's actually one of the few success stories. So, you know, you guys come invest in Kenya, bro. Like, we love you guys.
Bring that American dollar. Hey, King Genocide, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, man. I see you subscribed to my channel, man. What happened? You unsubscribed, then came back? King Genocide.
Yeah.
I was talking shit to King Genocide, but hey, you know what? Listen, man, I agree with everything you say, because even even in the Pan-African way that we go, we're capitalists. So we don't need nobody to hug and pat us on the back of the head and give us a necklace full of shell rings, you know what I'm saying, a snail backs. We don't need that. When we think about it, the money that we're spending, we're trying to make that back, either enjoy it while we there or make it back. So most black people coming over there, they're coming over there to see where they can invest at, because as soon as we get back, the first people ask you, like, is it easy? Like, we don't like all that spiritual connection and jumping off the plane and kissing that nasty ass ground at the airport, you know what I'm saying, and a car gather, all that stupid shit, that shit is for the camera. Most Black Americans don't want to hear none of that shit by spiritual awakening and yoni steaming, and you know what I'm saying, and going practicing juju. We don't want to hear that shit. I'm a capitalist, so I want to hear where I can make money at, because when I retire, I plan on retiring to Africa, not because that's where I'm from, only because my money will go further over there. So therefore, my picks are either Uganda or Kenya or the Gambia or somewhere in there, you know what I'm saying? Only because I'm trying to get the most for my money. So therefore, we don't have no problem with Kenya wanting us to invest, because it's easier to invest in Africa than it is in America. You get what I'm saying? You can come to America, you know, to start up a good business, it costs you $10,000 to $20,000, and your business can go under in two or three months. But in Africa, you start a business up with $5,000 or $10,000, you know what I'm saying? You got the whole place rented out for a year or two. So what I'm saying is that most Black, last part, bro. Most Black Americans is coming with a capitalist mind frame. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have no problem with Kenya opening up their doors, even if it's on some making money. We still like to the point that they're reaching out, because they're reaching out. That means we got some type of contact. That's all I'm saying.
Simply, I agree with you, and I like our relationship should be built on economy. You understand me? We don't need to like each other, hug each other, no. But let's do business together. Let Africa America people come to either Nigeria or other country, set up your shop there. Before you do that, do your verification. Look where there is a good market. They invest there, make money. That should be our focus. No, we don't need to hug each other and cry. After all, even the white people, most of them don't like each other, but they work with each other. We don't need to love ourselves, no. But we can work.
And hold on, and let me say this: once we start doing that, we'll start having these arguments. Then we start getting to the solutions, and we get past that, and then we see how much we actually have the same mutual interest, the same gathered interest, and not only that, the same gathered struggle, and hear from each other's sides, and actually start building. Now you're right.
Because when you look at every other ethnic group, they all have their businesses in Africa. There are a lot of them in Nigeria. We don't hug them and kiss them. No, they do their business. They make their money. They repatriate their money back to wherever country they came from. We don't bother them. Whatever goods they sell, we purchase their goods and pay for it. So dealing with Africa should be on a business mindset, not you are coming there to see.
And business is a competition, so we got to be
spiritual cleansing and all those kind of stuff. No, don't give a fuck about that.
And King Genocide, that's why I said what I said earlier about competition. So if a black, that's why I said that, and they didn't understand that. I was saying that with a Black American,
took it the wrong way.
Yeah, you took it the wrong way. Yeah, it's okay though. So that's what I'm saying. When I step off the plane, I'm stepping off the plane with $10,000. Don't get me wrong.
I'm gonna spend with your business. Well, that's the way we are. We're gonna spend with your business. Look, even though we compete, we don't want to see you go under, because we are part of the family. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to say that, because they don't understand how we feel about them. Look, we know
first of
someone
all,
gonna fuck with us, but most of us we fuck with y'all. But if you come over here, they might joke you a little bit, but they still love you.
Look. That's why. That's why.
About like we just
That's
want
why.
everyone to like us and love us. Okay
That's
with
why.
that.
That's why Sierra Leone. You might not like it because it might be not so developed as Ghana, one of these places. But Sierra Leone can be whereby you can also pump your money into because you can easily do competition over there by the Lebanese somehow control some business there. You see, one thing about the Lebanese, they can come to a very remote area and base there in generation to come their way to be smelling there too. So Sierra Leone that is kind of like really not so developed. You can just start a business there, buy a land, big land there, not just for yourself alone, maybe for your descendants. So that's where Sierra Leone cash in.
You are right. You are right, Kidola. One of I think Donald Trump's daughter. Is it the last one?
Yeah, Sophia.
She got married to a Lebanese Nigeria.
Yeah.
Those families, they have been in Nigeria for the past 50 to 60 years.
Yeah.
They are doing well in Nigeria. So you can.
That's what I'm talking because when you come with even in Sierra Leone, if you have about $10,000 to $30,000, man, you'll be making big money over there too.
Yeah.
In the big city, you understand? In the big city, you can grow your money there. You build your own house there. Your children will inherit the house. But I know most people that are taking passport in Sierra Leone, sure, they will not totally base there because some of them will think, oh, it's not so developed and all those areas, because really the emotional attachment towards it is not too there. But
Sierra Leone is shitty to me. Even though I will go over there and get my citizenship, it's still shitty to me.
My brother,
I think Sierra Leone is shitty.
Why is it?
My brother, let me tell you something. Hey, my brother, are you from Edo State? Are you from Edo State? UFC. Are you from Edo State?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let me just tell you one thing, my brother. Where I'm coming from my village, we built it to become a township.
Yeah.
You understand me? We built it to become a township.
What village are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from Edo State. Not too far
village.
from the yeah, in between Amagba there.
Okay. Okay.
So I built my house there. You know what I'm saying? We built the houses there. You understand me? Then everybody started building houses there. Somebody also, I want to build his house. But when I first built 2008, when I first built my what we call duplex there in Nigeria, I choose somebody else's house. Then I built my single building. 6 bedrooms. But people are building more powerful houses than the house now. So we built
well developed now.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to tell you is you have to build a village to become a city. But you might not enjoy it, but your children might enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? So Sierra Leone can be a perfect place to, because they still have free land. Their village lands are very big, not so developed as Ghana. If you go to Ghana, it's already developed, whereby they sell houses there for about $1 million. They're going dollars now. They're going dollars now. If you're lucky, maybe $300,000. That means you have to really go far. So you can boom yourself up. Satellite all booming in Africa now. If you want to see America, just on your satellite. Mobile phone is working now. Build your business, make your money. That's just way it roll. But I know most people who took Sierra Leone passport, by looking at them, they might not settle in Sierra Leone, but it can also be an opportunity for them to acquire a land because they are not citizens. Acquire land, build your dream house, enjoy your fresh air, eat your bush meat, and just enjoy clean water called boil. You understand?
Kidola, listen, I understand why people are not moving to Sierra Leone. Let's be real, Kidola. The economy is not there, just too small.
The economy and the infrastructure is shitty.
Yes, shit. The economy is just too small. See, their GDP is about $3.8 billion. It's just too small for 8 million people.
Yeah,
So
you got to do the math. The math,
so
the
there's
math ain't
nothing there.
mathing for the people and how much money the GDP is. So
Even
therefore, yeah, go
Kidola,
ahead, continue.
Edo State, where you are from, is richer than Sierra Leone
Oh yeah, but you cannot use
when
Nigeria.
it comes to GDP.
Yeah, but you cannot use Nigeria. It's civil war.
It's just
After the civil war, they could not really rebuild
the
the
place is
country
not viable for
Well,
business.
compare it to Uganda.
Yeah.
Compare it to Uganda, which don't have as much money or don't have the oil that Nigeria. Just compare it to Uganda. What I'm saying is that when I pay my $6,000 for my Sierra Leone citizenship, I'm not gonna live there. I'm just getting it for $6,000. It's almost like a memento for me to travel. You get what I'm saying? But if my first choice to live would probably be Uganda. It'll be Uganda or Kenya when I first get there because I'm used to those amenities. Now, once I'm there, I'll do more research. It's easier for me to visit.
If you want the money to get more, I think in Kenya. That's just the truth.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Either or, they're right there side by side each other. See, I see Kenya and Uganda the same way I see Georgia and Alabama. They're right next to each other. So we in America we don't see no difference. See, y'all see difference in y'all countries, but in America, even though it's 52 states, we don't see no difference between the southern states. We don't see no difference between Georgia and Alabama, Georgia and Florida, Georgia and Tennessee, Georgia and Mississippi, Georgia and New Orleans. We all feel like we country, we all the same. But in Africa, if you go to different states, y'all are quick to point out the differences. We don't point out a difference in southern states. The only time we point out the difference between southern states and north states only because they talk different. Like you hear me talk, you can hear all the countryness in my voice. But you hear a brother like King Genocide or somebody else from up north, they talk with a different dialect. We all speak English, so
yeah, we all
still
speak English, but it sounds a little different. Like listen
it
to what
sounds
I
a little
speak.
different.
Look,
Listen,
the way he speak.
King Genocide, say the word orange.
What word? Aura?
Orange, like the fruit orange.
Orange.
Okay, now listen how I say it.
Look, he said orange. He said, look, I ain't joking. Look,
I say orange.
What's the next one?
Oh, say the word door.
Oh, door.
I say dough.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm kicking through your front door. Look,
yeah, I'm kicking through your front door. That's what I'm saying. Like if my son came to me, he'll be like, Dad, who at the door? So
no bullshit. So like y'all get Simply Scab. Let me say this right. You know how Kidala. This is for Kidala. So y'all got tribalism. That's a word I heard. I had to understand it. Trust me, I'm like 7-8 years into understanding my African history between. And like he said, nigga, we be having East Coast, West Coast beefs. It's like y'all East, West African and all this other shit. Yo, that shit's the same. Like we be doing the same fucking shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit be separating us when we all love each other. Like when you go to like, say you gonna move out of state, you gonna move to where your people at. You gonna move out of country. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gonna move to where your people at, and you gonna be doing good. No,
but if people want to really make money, though,
yeah,
Nigeria can offer you that. Nigeria can offer you that. Only that in Nigeria you have to know somebody, and you have to really know somebody. Neither you're married, neither you are married, or you have a boyfriend, or you really know how to. The
Nigerians, they got a system. You know what? I think there's a population of over 220 million people. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna let you go ahead. Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself. But I think Nigeria, and that's one of the wealth centers of our human resources. Damn, I said that shit right. All right. Yeah, I'm going.
Okay, Kidola, listen, Nigeria is a viable market, a big market. if you have any services you want to, at least if you can deliver that services to like 1 million people, you already made it. You understand? Like the Indian guy that came to Nigeria to set up factory to manufacture Five Alive juice. Those guys became wealthy. Orange juice. They set up the company. They start manufacturing orange juice. They make a lot of money. If you can service at least 1 million people from those 2 million people, 200 million people, you are good. But when you go to places like Gambia, the population first is 2 million. The economy is their GDP, the whole GDP is about $1.8 billion. So there is that market is not viable for anything.
It's true because
you understand me? So the reason why most Black America are facing problems is that because of the location they normally go to. Also, if you don't want to come to Nigeria, go to South Africa. They have solid, robust economy. Or go to
Ghana.
Maybe
That's
Ghana.
too many white people.
Yeah, Ghana.
Too many white people in South Africa for me.
Kenya. Go to Kenya.
You can go to Ghana. Really, if you have good money, you can go to Ghana, set up a better a very good company there.
Then expand to Nigeria.
Then you can make a lot of money. There's a drink popular in Nigeria. I think
Alamo Bitter, owned by Ghanaian.
Not just Alamo Bitter. There's other kind of like a soft drink, kind of like a juice. I don't know what kind of juice. It was also coming from Ghana. Ghana billionaire owns that. You understand me? In Ghana, you can make a lot of money too, but you have to have big money. Almost similar like Nigeria money. For you to really make an impact in Ghana. You can also do small business, but I think if you want to really make money out of your investment, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda can be good.
Then South Africa.
There's South Africa, but you need to have some real cool money. But you have to know somebody there. You must have to know somebody. You must have to be on the ground.
Even Cameroon. Yeah, Cameroon is doing well.
Nah, you can't make money in Cameroon.
No, I agree with what he's saying. I agree with what he's saying. You have to know somebody. That's what I'm saying about. That's why we don't care if Kenya is reaching out, because at that point. So think about it. If Kenya's reaching out the same way Ghana did, that means that I know it's going to be a point person. It's going to be an organization. So they might have hotels. They might have apartments that it's a reference. Like when Ghana did the year return, they had so many, hotels that were sponsored, so many areas. They were telling you where to eat at, where to go. Believe me, Americans will pay for convenience. You get what I'm saying? Like it's shocking sometimes, because sometimes I'll send, I'll be at my house and go up the street and I'll give the kids $20 to go get me a drink or something from the store, a bag of ice, and I tell them to keep the change just because my lazy ass don't want to go. Because Americans are lazy. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the first person to tell you I am lazy as fuck. But I got a lot of money though. You get what I'm saying? So I'll pay for that convenience. You get what I'm saying? Like right now, hold on, this is the last part. Then right now, my son is flying from Washington, D.C. to Atlanta tomorrow. I paid $770 to fly him down there just because I didn't want to drive up there to go get him. You know what I'm saying? For $770, for that type of money, I can fly to Africa. And I do that 3 or 4 times a year just because I don't want to fly up there.
Right. Before anybody responds, wait, one second. Before anybody responds, I have to give a super shout out to Nigerian Prince. He said, "Shout out to you, Queen, for $100. Long time. Where have you been hiding? Salute to you." I've been here, but it depends on the stream. Like sometimes if it's a topic that I don't really care about or a topic that I don't think is good, I'll just private the stream, but I've been here. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you the truth. Nigeria Prince. Hold on. Nigeria Prince is related to Femi Atudola. Is one of his Sorry. It's Oko is a billionaire. Nigeria prince, that money is so small for you. Bring big money, come out. Your family is very rich.
Simple Academy. For instance.
Go ahead, my brother.
If you can set up a tomatoes paste company in Nigeria, like a small factory where they make tomatoes paste, you become that's a big business. You can easily blow up in maybe 5 years. You understand?
But don't Nigerians import most of their tomatoes now the same way as Ghana?
They produce. No, we locally produce some, then we still import some. But if you can set up the factory.
Hey, hold up. Hey, put
but how much sense do that make? How much sense do that make that you grow it but you import it? I don't understand that.
No. We grow and we grow some and locally produce them, but it's not enough. We have 200 million people,
So then why I'm saying you have all that northern land, just like Ghana have that northern land. Same way you Ghana have that northern land that's fertile land. Why you just don't produce it there?
Look, is the production they produce, but the machine have to produce a lot. I think that's what they don't really
demand is not enough.
The other business.
Okay, you mean like mass produce. They don't mass produce. I get it.
So your other business you can also make. Our friends who just came from everywhere to open clubs, you understand? They open clubs and everything. They open, Osho was the one show I was talking about, so kind of.
Even when the current president banned importation of rice, it made a lot of people multi-millionaire and billionaire in Nigeria, because that was opportunity for people to locally produce rice. So Nigeria now, I think, most of the rice we eat now is being produced in Nigeria, grow and produce in Nigeria. So there are a lot of opportunity, mostly in the agriculture sector, because Nigerians, we eat a lot.
You can be very rich, man. You see that guy called Pretty Mike? You see the cars he's driving? Cars he buy in America.
Club. One thing about club, is club. Let's forget about club. Club have like expiry dates. Like it's something you need to keep.
But you make a lot of money from. You make a lot of money from it. You make a lot of money from it before it expired.
But Nigerians, when you open your club, then you make a lot of money. Then when another person come and open another one, they all leave there and go to the new one.
Then you turn your own to be strip club. You turn your own to be where the magic is taking place.
People are like that. When they see new things, they leave the old one alone.
You dance and you see other things happening there. You understand? You make money.
African strip clubs are the best.
So there's a guy making 20 million naira. If you have to take that in just in a week or two for some kind of restaurants and a strip club in Abuja, it turned a whole mansion turned into a restaurant, flagging it as a restaurant, but it's not a big hall. There's some poles there.
And another thing is that when we look at Northerners in Nigeria, we think they are poor. No. Just because they look dusty and all that doesn't mean they are poor. They are not. Most of them have money.
The poor thing is subjective, because it's just like how people will say that, hey, my country is not poor, but we're the richest country, but then you got majority of the people that's not in the city that don't have, sanitation, don't have running water in their house, they got to walk miles to go get it. So it doesn't reflect. This is how Black Americans see it. So if you come to a city like Atlanta and we say, okay, Atlanta is rich, or is a rich city, and the only way we can say that is because that means that the poorest person in America still has access to clean running water, central air and heat. You get what I'm saying? Refrigerated food.
They do drive-bys on Mercedes-Benz.
Hey, hold on. That's so smart. Let me say this right quick. Hold up.
Go ahead,
give me 5-10 seconds. Our water is so clean that our toilet water is clean. And I hate to say it, our toilet water is cleaner than some country, and I hate to
Yeah.
say that shit. No, don't fucking laugh about that shit. No, I'm gonna laugh at something. People don't know how good they got it over here.
Yeah.
Some people over here don't know how good. See, for us, we had to go through this shit. You feel me?
But
We know better. You know what I'm saying?
So this is an
Ain't no
introspecting
bullshit.
African,
No
right?
It's okay. That's
shade.
human
No
respect.
Now let me dress up what. Now let me dress up. Let me
Hold
dress up.
on.
Hold
Let
on,
him
King
finish.
Genocide. Let me dress up what he said. What he's saying is that you can go in American, take a cup of water out the toilet. You know what I'm saying? And then take a bottle of water and put them side by side, and then you can compare that to the water in Africa, far as the pesticide, far as the microbes in the water. The
Nah, man,
American
but
water
that's
is
BS.
cleaner
Come on,
only,
bro.
and it's only because in America they demand that every single city has a water filter. Like you can go in the smallest redneck place, they have like a water filtration center. It's in every city,
How do you
every
filter? Hey,
town.
bro,
And
They got a
listen,
filtration system.
that is a lie.
They
That is
collect
a lie.
Lord.
if
They
you're getting your
collect
water, hold on
rainwater.
for a
They'll
second, man.
collect
Hold on for a
rainwater.
second. Let's just be honest. If you're getting your water through a well, it's not getting filtered. That's what the point. I got what the brother was saying. You know, it might have sounded bad, but what he's saying is that everything is filtered. You get what I'm saying? Like you have a whole filtration process. So if you got people just going to getting their water from a well that's getting it from the ground, that water ain't been tested, that water ain't been filtered, it's not getting treated. You get what I'm saying? So therefore, not saying it's bad, because a lot of Africans, when y'all eat, a lot of y'all meals are boiled. You know, like when I go to the restaurants here in America, most of the meals are boiled meals. You know, goat soup is more soup based, you know what I'm saying, like that. So y'all boil a lot of y'all water. In America, we don't really do that. That's why we big as shit. That's why we all 800,000 pounds, because everything we eat is fried, saturated in fat, you know what I'm saying? And ice cream everywhere. Like the amenities of America has made us lazy. So that's why when we go to Africa and we see everybody, not everybody, but majority of people in shape and walking around everything, you know, we looking at the videos like, ain't no way. I'm telling you, I probably walk maybe 100 or 200 steps a day if I'm not working out. But that's an everyday life in Africa. You get what I'm saying? And the amenities has made us the biggest, you know, people in the world.
Hold on.
Like
Let me say this.
who's
Hold on.
better than America?
I got something to say. Now, I've seen different African people come in here. You got like 3 or 4 different, 5 different African mindsets to come in. I'm talking about continental Africans to come here to America and look, think they know what they're doing. I'm gonna tell you one. I can tell this girl. She definitely look. But look, she begging for money, and she probably get like 150, 200 a day. That shit sad. But she ain't in a good place in their life right now, and that ain't
Okay,
good.
man. Okay, so I just want to call out the
So
top.
look,
Nah,
so you got
guys, send the African
let me finish. You got this one guy. I see him at work all the time. He like, you're a strong man. You know, I respect him, love him. He like, hey, you come to my place, I give you free meal. First meal free. Yeah, man. Get whatever you want. He like, first meal free. His mindset, I'm gonna tell you what these people for. I don't know what they a couple of my dudes, look, then the other one, look, what I'm saying is, it's just like that one girl, she said, you come here, you work until you dead. What's that girl? Y'all remember? Come on, you remember the girl who said that? Come
Yeah.
on. Yeah,
I'm just gonna say this.
let him give you know what I'm saying, look, intermission for
Yeah, thanks. So I wanted to say thanks to Nigerian person JC for the donations, and also Brianna. But Nigerian Prince, your donation, I'm gonna share that with Ivorian. I'm gonna share that with Ivorian Bay. I'm gonna share it with him. Thank you though. Thank you. And I'll be back, and I'll try to keep my streams up. Like I've been streaming, but I don't keep it up, so I'll keep them up. So this one will be kept up. Yeah, Mr. Musan, did you have anything to say?
Yeah, man. I mean, clearly, man. Look, this guy's
Hit
gonna
me
come
in the
here.
back chat with your email so I can I think I got you on my other email, so it should be able to send it to you. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is clearly there's a lot of cap that's coming in, man. Ain't no way any of these two American guys are gonna be drinking toilet water and I wanna come here and act like there's a water tap in Africa that's way worse than toilet fucking water. Like that's literally shit, my brother.
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
that
no,
shit.
no. That's
And
not
and
what
and
you
and
said,
and
bro.
and
Bro,
here's the thing.
that
you
just
took
shows you
that
don't
shit.
know what you're
Oh, let
talking
me
about.
explain
Here's
this
the dead.
because
Here's the
people can say
dead.
this.
No, let's
No,
end
I
this here.
said
Let's
my
end this here.
water. Look,
Let's
the water
end it
that
here.
people be
Let's
having here.
end it here. Listen, King Genocide. Listen.
Oh, you
I'm
understand
gonna
what I'm
go. I'm
saying?
gonna
You
go.
understand
I'm
what I'm
gonna
saying?
go to. Give me a shitty African country. Name one shitty African country. We're gonna have to do this bit. I'm
Me,
gonna go
I
to.
don't think there's no shitty African country.
Oh, I
Okay,
do.
fine.
We gotta
Okay,
realize,
Burundi.
as Black
Burundi.
Americans,
I'm gonna go
we
to
ain't even
Wait.
get our
I'm
own
gonna go to
country. We
Burundi.
ain't even get our own
I'm
country,
going
but we
to
got a
go to
culture that we can't
Burundi,
even go to our
and
own
I'm gonna need
place.
you to get out of your house and go to your nearest McDonald's and go to the toilet. Take that toilet cup up. I'm gonna go to Burundi and take some water and put it in a tap, and both of us will drink that water. We'll show it on AM's channel.
No. See, hold on. You told me. Hold on.
No. Let
Let me do
wait,
this.
hold on. Let Mr.
Hold on. It was
Wait.
my fault. It was my fault.
No,
Give me 2
King.
seconds. Give me
King
2 seconds.
Genocide. Let Mr.
Let him
Musanda
talk.
finish. Let him
I'm
finish.
just saying, in America,
No.
our water is a little bit better than any country. I say any country. I won't talk about my countries, our countries. I would say any country.
Bro, this guy came here and said their toilet water is way better than any tap water from Africa.
Keep on, bro.
Bro, imagine, bro. That's some Ados ass. Let me check this nigga's rhetoric as fuck, bro. We actually have toilet water that's way more cleaner than a lot of tap water from African countries. That's what these two Americans came here to say.
Yeah, Sim, that sounded kind of crazy, bro.
If you don't get it, you don't get it. You get what I'm saying? If you don't
But Sim,
get it,
that
you
sounded
just
kind of
don't get
crazy
it.
a little bit. You don't think so?
No,
That's
I'm
why I
saying
tried.
awareness.
Oh my God,
I
bro.
wouldn't have had a clean
That's
water.
why I tried
There's a
to
difference.
when he said it, I tried to church it up.
He tried to damage control for me.
I tried to
I
damage
wasn't
control
saying
what
that
he said.
shit.
He wasn't saying like think
I
about it.
wasn't
Think
saying
about
it
it
in a
as
mean way.
like
I
hold
was
on for
saying,
a second.
damn,
Hold on for
no,
a
that
second,
shit
King
fucked
Genocide.
up.
Let me finish real quick. To think about it as a toilet, we're not talking about the bottom part where you put your
No, the
ass in.
water
See
action is coming
it's
into that
the
bitch.
water part at the back at
Thank
the
you. He
top
understand
of
what I'm
it
saying.
before it goes to the bottom. You get what I'm saying? That water that comes at the top, it's the same water that comes from that goes in the tap
thank
water.
you.
And
Damn,
I
but
got hold on for
he
a second. Let me
explained
finish
it
it up.
correctly.
I had to put new piping in at my house. If y'all all go to my video, y'all can see my house. You know what I'm saying? So at my pipes, the same pipe that goes to the top part of the reservoir that holds the water, it's the same water that goes through my tap water that comes out my
So what's
faucet.
the point
Now
of
Yeah,
turning the
hey, yo,
water
but
on?
bro, you don't think some of the water out?
Let me finish so you can get the understanding. But the bottom part of the water goes through a whole separate pipe.
Yep.
So the brother wasn't talking about the part that
No.
you sit your fat ass on or that you
No.
pee in.
I'm
He's
talking
talking
about the
about
water
the
that
top
goes in the
part, that the
bitch.
reservoir.
I'm talking about the water that goes in the shit. That's all. Yep, he said it right. The water that goes in shit. And I said that, and I gave a disclaimer when I said that. I said, no. I said this shit fucked up. People need running water in our nations. Not only that, I said, damn, we got water run up into our damn toilets is better than people in different countries. I said different countries. Then say, look, so however the conversation derailed into that, I don't know, but y'all
It's all good, bro.
I'm saying you just triggered a lot of people in the comment section. We're like,
but I know,
about?
look, if the shoe don't fit, don't wear that shit.
Yeah, but you know how people are.
You talking
about
the
it. You comparing one country You paying one country to another. Hey, rude boy, you say, let's see his house. You can go on my channel. I do videos of my house all the time. You can go right. You can see everything. You can see my house. You can see my cars. You can see my business. Everything. All you gotta do is go to the Silk Police Academy, bro, and you will see it all. It's that simple.
Hey, drop the link in the chat. Somebody, one of the moderators, drop.
No, they can just see. They can see my name, or they can just see my comments in the chat, and you can go to it. Believe me, I'm not bragging. I come from nothing, bro. I come from the gutter. I've been to prison and everything. You know what I'm saying? So believe me, I am a feel good.
I'm just trying to
people are listening to you. You know why people are listening to you? Hold on, let me say this. The reason why people are listening to Hustle Smart is because they know you don't actually went through some fucking shit. And then when you actually know that somebody who ain't sugarcoating, like, nah, I'm gonna tell you, this is actually logically thinking shit that I know that can work for you. You gonna say that shit for you.
Yeah, debating about whose toilet water is better.
What you say?
Yo, I'm just done. I'm seriously just done.
What you say? What happened?
Is anybody controlling the toilet water, or like? Anyways, never mind. Just never mind.
Oh no. I was just saying that it's fucked up that we ain't got the fucking infrastructure in different countries. Look, hey, I said what I said, but it wasn't, and it took out of context, and that whole conversation got derailed, and that ain't what the fuck I said or meant. And everybody,
don't worry,
my bad. I gotta say it adamantly, because I really mean that fucking shit. But I did give a disclaimer as I said that shit. Look, you gotta look. Look, this is a saying that we get. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. So if I say some shit that ain't about you, and that shit don't offend you, you shouldn't do that shit. Especially if I put you in the context where you can understand what the fuck I'm saying. My bad.
But King Genocide, that's logic, and most people are not logic. Most people are not logical. Most people are emotional. So therefore, you can say 100 words, but just like if you talk to a female, you might say 1,000 words. But if you say the word bitch, she gonna turn around and say, after you get through saying your 1,000 words, she's gonna be like, bitch.
Yeah.
That's the only word she heard. So you got that's why I try my best to word my words the way I word them.
Okay.
But when I'm cutthroat, I don't give a fuck. But for the most part, that's why I try to, just stay in the actual term that the brother was trying to say. He should have said the toilet reservoir. You know what I'm saying? That's the actual term of it. And that's the same water that dumps in the tap water, y'all. So it is what it is. But the thing about it with some people from Kenya and Uganda,
Hold on. I should have said tap water.
Cool, we're past that.
No. He made it simple for me. I tap water. I need to learn that shit. I fucked up, but I didn't mean in the fucked up space. And I disclaimed that shit because I don't want nobody because somebody can retweet this shit for it's like somebody like your kids.
You good, man? You good?
Be a leader.
You good? I understand. But the thing about it is like this: if Sierra Leone is offering this citizenship, I'm just trying to figure out that why is only a couple of African countries that's offering citizenship when they know the history. You get what I'm saying? Like if you know the history of these Africans that probably Black Americans, they was took from, let's just say, the 6 Western African countries, then why is it only 1 or 2, you know what I'm saying, that's offering this type of citizenship? That's what I don't understand, and maybe somebody on the panel can explain that to me.
Okay, so I'll say that the reason why other countries are not offering it is that I don't really think that they care to
They give a fuck. Thank you. Come on, continue,
my
sister.
They just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'll have an excuse to some countries be like, we have a population of 30 million, therefore we don't need more people. Yeah, they just don't care, to be honest. They don't care. nobody cares. Nobody's having these conversations about diaspora and them coming back.
Simply,
I at least feel like if they apply with the intention of wanting to stay there, because it's not even that many people that are gonna go. Let's be honest here.
Come on,
Leave
come
America.
on.
So I feel like if they have the intention of even just living there, they should at least get it personally. But you know,
And that's the part of what the Black American we were saying about. That's why you can't, like, how can that be the way it is? Like, say for instance, if I was in Africa and I stayed in Ghana or wherever where the slave dungeons, like, I'd be like, okay, we want these people to come back. The last place don't get me wrong, I know some Black American people pay to go see the dungeon, but the last thing I want to see when I go to Ghana is where the last stop of my forefathers come from. Ain't no bathroom in that bitch. It ain't no windows in that bitch. It ain't no sofas. Ain't no bedrooms. You know what I'm saying? Like, it shows that this is where they was put to see which one. Now you correct me if I'm wrong, Miss African Millennial. Correct me if I'm wrong. If the slave dungeons, they would put all of these people in this room and let them sit there for like a week and see which ones that could survive, and those are the ones that they thought that could make the trip. Is that true or not? Because that's something that I read. Maybe y'all from Africa, y'all know the story better. But this is what in the holding places that they were seeing who could make the trip, because they couldn't be in this room for 5 or 6 days. They couldn't make no week, 2 week, 3 week, a month trip to the Americas or Brazil or wherever they was going to sell them. So they was just looking at us like cattle, because at that point, and we're being sold, we're looked at as property. So I'm a businessman myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to buy no property that's gonna spoil. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not sensitive. So I know that we was looked at as property. So I'm not gonna buy something for it to die on me and waste money. So I understand back then, even though it's wrong as fuck, I understand why the slave dungeons were there then. I just don't understand why the slave dungeons are there now. Do you get what I'm saying, African Millennium?
I get what you're saying, yeah. But I don't know.
And then we got to pay. Then you gonna charge? Like, think about it. You hold on. No, don't laugh, African Millennium. Don't laugh, because every time somebody laugh, they think I be joking. But I am dead ass serious. So not only that you snatch my grandmama them off the rice field, you know what I'm saying, while she was bending over showing her ass picking rice, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna take her in there, bind her up, chain her down while she pissing and shitting on each other, and the next person next to her is just like a shit convention. It's like a shit festival. You know what I'm saying? And then when I come back, when her great grandson comes back, you know what I'm saying, that you're gonna show him where it happened, like, and you're gonna charge me, and on top of that, I get charged more money than the locals. Come on now. The thing about it is, I just think that we're so on this kumbaya shit that we can't be real with each other, and that's why a lot of people have this thing, and you never get the real story out of people, because basic understanding and basic logic should exist. I don't think I shouldn't have to pay to go see where you sold my people from. But I'm gonna say that, and then on top of that, that's like the number one draw. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing you talk about. Not only is it a draw that you got to pay for, they actually got a guide and show you, like, you see these scratches in here. Well, these was the scratches. You get what I'm saying, African Millennial? These motherfuckers, like, you see these scratches, you see these nails. like you gonna charge me 100 Ghana CDs to show me that's what my grandmama, that's her nails and her blood imprint in the wall, like, and I'm like, oh shit, this is enlightening, this is spiritual enrichment. I feel Like
Oh
I
no,
feel
you're right
good
about
that I
that.
came over here now. So now let's go get some spicy, now feed me some spicy Fanta stew so I can go in the bathroom and shit that shit out and it feel like fire coming out because I can't do that spicy shit. And just for the record, Ghana Jollof is trash. You know what I'm saying? Gambia, Senegambia, Jollof is better. Gambia and Nigeria, Jollof is trash. With all that damn, you cannot sodomize no rice with a whole bunch of tomatoes and a whole bunch of ghost peppers to the point that you can't even feel your damn mouth. But I digress.
Well, I do agree that Senegambian jollof is better, and no, I do. Like, I don't have no problems admitting that. What you were talking about the whole slave trade thing and like the slave castle thing, you're right because I mean, I've seen one of these. I haven't been to the castle before, but I've watched a lot of those videos. And then what they do is they'll turn off the lights, right? Like, actually, the lights are already. They'll close the door and be in
It's
complete
already there.
darkness,
Ain't no
right? And then they'll be
electricity
like, "This
running
is
through
the
there.
door,
Go ahead.
no
Go ahead.
return."
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're just like, no, they'll close the door, and then you'll be there in full darkness, and they'll be like, "Can you imagine being here for 1 week? This is what they had to go through."
And
Blah,
this
blah,
was
blah,
your
blah.
last, and this was their last stop. This
And
was
they're
the
like, "This
last
is the
stop.
authentic experience."
Yeah, you get all the like, you know what I'm saying, traumatized. Like you want me to be traumatized like my great grandmama that used to pick rice out there in goddamn Freetown, and you know what I'm saying. I don't understand the logic of them thinking like that's the thing to do. That's just like taking a female that used to get beat up by her husband and be like, come on in here, you know what I'm saying, in this room. And look, I'm finna hit you with some pillows and see if you feel the same way when your husband used to beat your ass when you goddamn put a little extra crust on the biscuits. Like I
Police, Police Simple Academy. Did you see the video where Barack Obama and Michelle Obama were there? Did you
yeah,
see it?
come on, get the fuck out of here. Come on. Let you speak. See, people always think I take it too far, but I want you to speak on it so they can hear from your side how you felt about it. How did you feel about it?
That was some serious trauma bonding. Especially Barack Obama. He's not even Black American.
Yeah. His mama, a white lady from Hawaii. He grew up surfboarding and eating goddamn conch and goddamn grilled snail and shit. Like this is why I don't want to go to Ghana, you know what I'm saying, for that reason. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, and the main reason why Ghana, especially Accra, is like a mini Atlanta, so to speak. You know, the prices don't went up, everything has went up. You know, even the price of the market. You have the people in the markets, you know what I'm saying? Because I have people that I work with from Ghana, and they say they have family members that work in the market, Miss African Melinda, and they say that everything is going up. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that when the inflation is going up, but the government is not subsidizing for that inflation, that's why some people still call Ghana, even though Ghana is updated and Kenya, they still call it a third world country because even in America, if inflation go up, they was giving motherfuckers stimulus checks. Like the government was giving people 15, 20, and especially these hood booger, husky hyena, wig, weed wearing, white hyena hood rats, they were giving these chicks $8,000. You know how many kids you got, sign them up, and we're gonna give you this amount of money, and we're gonna give you food stamps every week, and we're gonna give you vouchers for food, and we're gonna give you resources for you to have a babysitter. You get what I'm saying? And we're gonna give you a free computer. All these. So what I'm saying is that for Ghana, for the inflation to go up as it has, the price go up, the government is not subsidizing for the community. So now the 1% of Ghanaians getting richer, and the people that was already living at a below poverty line, they're not surviving. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Right?
that's how Africa works. That's why I'm always against them. The government is not for the people, Sim Academy. It's not for the people, and that's my fight. Like these people don't care about their own people. Like they rather have the how do you gentrification happening and things they are safe and they live in their bubble. They don't care. They're not there for the people. It's not. I mean, that's all news. Don't expect nothing from the government. These people, you live in a country where the news are always the same. Like when it comes to the economy, since I was little, like still going to like elementary school, they always tell you how we're going through recession. They never tell you that, oh, the economy is better this year or whatever. It never gets better. When they start getting back, it's just gonna it's that those prices will never go down. That's what you don't understand. It's not like it changes. Nope. It's only gonna keep climbing. Like,
And it's go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was saying that the influx of diaspora is just gonna create a gigantic inflation in Ghana with a government that
Exactly.
doesn't do
That's
any
why it
justice.
should be spread it out. That's why when they was talking about Kenya and all these other places that reaching out, see what I'm saying is that that's where the competition gonna come in at, because now the citizens gonna understand that where they're gonna have to put two and two together and be like, what's making the inflation goes up? What has Ghana invented to make this inflation go up? What has made the prices go up? And it come from diaspora tourism. You get what I'm saying? Because in America, the most popular country is our top three is South Africa, Nigeria, and Ghana. And right now, Ghana is like, to America, Ghana is like the club scene. You know what I'm saying? So that's how a lot of Americans look at it. So we finna go over there and have a party. So I'm finna go over there and I'm finna spend $3,000-$4,000. So you know what I'm saying? You just throwing that much money in a weekend, and you're making the price go. You're making the houses go up. You're making the hotels go up. You're making the restaurants go up, and then the price in the market go up. And as far as what I know and what people tell me, that most people in the market are selling to local people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the people that's local, that's living either at the poverty line or below the poverty line, people that's coming to the market every day to buy food. And that's the problem that I see too, because when I go to the grocery store, I go to the grocery store, I might spend $600. You get what I'm saying? So I don't have to go back to the grocery store. But in Africa, a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, they buy, because I understand the way the refrigeration problem is, that a lot of meals are cooked daily and a lot of meals are cooked fresh. But I might have some hood rat come over to my house, you know what I'm saying, after I don't flop on top of her like a fish out of water for 12 to 18 minutes. And then I might have her cook, and then for the 3-4 days, I'm putting my food in the microwave, taking it to work with me. So it's the convenience part. So their outreach is agreed. It's agreed. Once I saw that the Ghana president and the council was not subsidizing the people, I've been telling every Black American that I can't, even on my channel, I'd be like, you need to go to other countries, because you actually are making it bad for the local people that just barely making it. You get what I'm saying? And so that's gonna turn into resentment. It has, like, people don't think that it is, but it has to turn into resentment, because these people are coming in here off their high horse, slanging their American Express, slanging their Visa card, slanging their Discovery card, and they're making the price go up, and then they go back to America. Am I wrong by that or what?
No, you're not. That's exactly what's happening. That's gonna continue to happen.
So what's the next step? The next step is resentment, right?
Yeah, that's what I even when this thing started, I have a video on that. Like, that's when we're going to Africa, always bragging about how, oh, my rent is only this. I have a 3-bedroom house. It's only this amount. I made a video on it. I'm like, keep talking the way you're talking. The people around you gonna resent you, because those people, $700 is a lot of money. They don't even make that monthly. So you over here bragging about, I have this house, the rent is like 800. 800 is a lot. You have to be aware of your surrounding, of what's happening where you live. You cannot just be bragging, and then when they're gonna break into your house, You're gonna start crying. So yeah, the government in Africa is like inactive. Trust me. These people don't plan, they don't project, they don't do nothing. They just think about now and what they can gain from the situation right now. Nothing else. They have no plan. Because they're not like being like, I mean, like taking this advantage to really do a lot. And even getting, I watched a video today. One of my YouTubers, he's Ghanaian. He's a returnee also. Him and his wife went back to Ghana. I watched them. I think it's Ashley and Gad channel. This guy is an engineer. I think he's a like electrical engineer or whatever. He went back to Ghana and he has a business. He was getting so frustrated. They posted a video today where they were like, no. The lady was the wife was like, well, the husband was talking about is the title of the video was, is Ghana ready for the family coming in? And they were asking questions and giving answers. So one of the issue that the husband had was the road. Like the road in Ghana is terrible. There's only one road to go through, like different major area where residential area where people live. And then this road gets so occluded. He was getting frustrated, and then the wife was like, I'm so sick and tired to hear people saying that, oh, we are a developing country. She said since she was born, that's what was being said over there in Ghana. Myself the same. When I was in elementary school, that's what I used to hear. Oh, we are developing. And you never see that development. Don't even bother. You never see it. These people don't care. I feel like, genuinely, I feel like we are incompetent. I have my uncle, he always tell me that, you know what, we're supposed to be recolonized because we don't know how to manage countries. We don't even understand what our priority is. These people just sit in the same position and population doubles and quadruple and they're sitting over there. They haven't planned ahead. Nothing is expanded. We're cramming. Everybody's crying. Nothing's being done. And African people have been so used to it that they have a very low standard and expectation. When the little stuff is done, they celebrate. Yet they come on YouTube, oh, this is done. Blah, 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 blah. They don't even see if really it fits the need at all. That's what we suffer from, like brain dead.
but see, the
simple is, let me
go ahead.
You see, the problem I have with our people is that we like to talk. Understand me? You see, the problem why Africa is not developing, we can blame the leaders all we want. It is our people, the people. The people is the problem, not even the country. The country is blessed. The people is the problem. See, our inability to hold our leaders accountable is one of the problems. Also, we always support bad behavior. Once the person that steals government money is from our tribe, we will fight and protect that person. You understand me? We will fight, protest, do all sorts of nuisance in the street to protect that person. So we keep complaining that the leaders, they are smart. If they can steal money and transfer those money out of Africa to keep somewhere far away outside the continent, that means they are not dull. They are smart. They are smart people. The thing is that our people fail to hold those people accountable. A lot of people, mostly the problem I have with Africa, I'm not talking about Africa, America, I'm talking about our own people like Mamizi here. They live abroad. Most of them, as she's there, they are the beneficiary of the corruption going on in Africa. Some of them who live in the overseas, they are the ones who help the politicians to transfer this money. Some of them, they open fake business in Nigeria or Ghana, elsewhere. They use those companies as front. They use it to launder those money for those politicians. It takes time to tango. This money, they don't disappear on their own.
Okay,
fellow Nigerians, fellow our people or Africa, they are the one, they assist the politicians to steal this money. So you can blame the politician all you want. You want
I don't even
okay.
understand your point.
You are from Port Harcourt. Can you tell me what local government are you from? Let me ask you if you know the local government chairman.
UFC. I'm not gonna go into. I know how you.
Can you give me the? No. You talk too much. Can you tell me your local government chairman in your Port Harcourt where you came from? Can you tell me the name?
Let me tell you something.
Do you know? Do you follow? Hold on. Do you follow the budget? Do you follow the yearly budget of your local government?
You just you basically just confirm what I said. You just rationalizing it. It doesn't matter. The reality on the ground is what I say. It doesn't matter. You're gonna come here.
See, the thing I respect Black America for is that they always fight for their rights. They protest. Even in America, always they protest for what they want. But in Nigeria, no one protests, no one cares. Then they complain. See, most of these well-educated so-called diaspora who came from Africa, who are living in America, UK, all they do is complain. They abandon their father's land to seek comfort. See, building Africa will require getting your hands dirty like pig. You can't stay there in your comfort zone I don't know if you live in Atlanta or in New Jersey or Texas and complain about Africa. Why you do nothing? Calm down.
Can I ask a question?
It doesn't matter.
Can I ask a question?
It's the reality, okay?
Can I ask a question? First of all, thanks for SIP Police for being on here, man. I've heard from a long time. I'm sitting here cracking up, man. Yeah, this is
man. You know, I only do what I do when I show up to do what I do, man. I can't help it, man.
You've been disappearing for a long time. What's going on with you, bro?
Man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, I had the corona twice. I had the flu and I had monkeypox.
Damn, man, you should have told me. I would send my.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sent my prayers out to you, bro. I would send my prayers out to you. Well, let me say something, right? I pondered this. I said this on a couple of shows, and I say stuff when people pick it up after the fact and everything like that. And then they say, "Oh, Carl was right." I'm gonna drop a jewel on you, right? See, the whole thing is this: when you see all the African leaders, right, and African Americans too, right, when they go to these big dinners, whether it's the IMF or the World Bank or the World Trade Organization, whatever the Europeans are having and everything, that basically sends a message to the rank and file, well, even Black America, right, of who's in charge. Because Africans don't go by Africa. The rules of Africa are not deferred to the people. So this democracy is a joke, right? Democracy is only good when you can have the ability to get rid of the people that you don't like. The Africans complain about the leaders so much, but they can't do anything about them. One of the reasons is psychologically, right? If you have a leader that's a brutal dictator, right, and he's sitting up there with the big wigs of Macron and all these people in the UK and everything, that sends a message to the military who would be coup, people who want to rise up that they are firmly in power. And who's in power in Africa? Whoever the West chooses, right? Because it's like this: there's no coup that happens in Africa unless there's a green light. Now, what's going on in West Africa could be revolutionary. I mean, because they're actually rising up against the French. That's Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. That's the exception. And the West is dead set against those coups because they weren't authorized. Okay. Any other time when you see somebody get overthrown because the West said, something, we have no more use for this person. But if the person goes over there, and when you see West leaders defy the West, right, then you know that person has the well-wishes of the people. Because in Africa, and I'm sorry to say this, right, the leaders use the West, right, to basically say, I'm in charge. It's been like this since colonial times. All these people were chosen by the West to run these post-colonial governments and everything, and you couldn't defy them because it was a white man, the colonial masters, that put them there. So anytime there's a coup or discrepancy supremacy, they don't argue among each other. They go to meet in all these other places. They meet in Washington, right? And whatever comes out of that agreement, the massive people say, "Well, we're fucked. We can't do anything about it because the West has this thing." And if you do try to rise up, right? African militaries aren't designed to protect their borders and protect external risks. The
Hey,
African
Tyler,
military
you got some static behind your voice. Your connection is staticky.
All right, I'm gonna try to talk. I'm not gonna talk too long. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it just feel like every time you start talking, it's like the static.
You know the CIA. The CIA is coming in there, man. You know the white man's
Where
trying
are
to
you
stop
at?
it.
Where are you at?
I'm in Virginia. You know.
Okay. So what you?
Yeah, I'll be in Africa. I'll be in Africa next month. You know, I'll be
You
Africa.
going to Liberia?
Yeah, I'll be over there. I want to try to go to another country next year. This year. I want to try to go. I might go to Ghana, or I might go to the Gambia. You know, one of
This
those
is my
on
thing,
bucket list
Kyla.
for
This
this
is
year.
my thing that I hate. This is one thing that I knew that it's the scam, and the lady was saying, and the brother, they was actually saying the same thing. Like two things can be right at the same time, but I think it's just the dialect. You know, I guess it's just like me. Like if y'all don't know, College Genesis is the Hustle Smart Whisperer. So you know, a lot of times we'll be on channels together, and I'll say something, and people be like, "Oh shit, Hustle Smart, you went too far." Then College Genesis say the same thing with his suit and tie on. Then they be like, "Oh, you right, College Genesis." So they both were saying the same thing. Now this is the thing that I knew that it was some fucked up shit. I want everybody who watched this stream on playback to know. Every time I watch a market video in any country, any city, any town, any province, all that secondhand clothing that they are selling you on the street in America, we think that we have given that away for y'all to have for free. We do not understand. They got boxes, they got centers all over the United States, in every library, grocery stores, everything, for you to give away the clothes that you can't wear no more. If I'm telling you, the Americans do not know that the stuff that they like. Think about it. Some of those jerseys that we buy, we might pay $100 for them, but we don't want it no more. We'll donate it. But we have no clue that somebody is taking that, sending it to Africa, and setting up a market and selling it back to y'all. I did not know that. Colin, did you know that?
Yeah. In Ghana, you be seeing people with Carl Kanai shirts on, Tommy Hilfiger, and other places. In Liberia too, you be seeing people with Princeton jerseys on and whatnot. I'm like, whoa. And a few years ago, Ghana put a ban on these secondhand clothes, you know, because it was hurting their local textile industry, you know, or textile industry. And I applauded that, you know, because everything from the West is let me say something, folks. And this what annoys me a lot of diaspora Black people from America, right? They'll complain about how much they don't have and everything like that, but they'll go in Ghana. You see how you want to use the language Hustle Smart use, right? You see these sisters sitting in Ghana, and they basically, I heard this one guy, a waiter, said they spent on their one meal that I make in 2 months, you know, and they're coming over here talking about how oppressed they are, you know, and so there's a disconnect, right? And then, you know, we come over with our Pan-African stuff and everything, and we don't take time to learn the local cultures, the local dialects, and understand what these people are going through. We go over there, we flash our cash, and we look real spiritual, and we throw water on our heads and everything, you know. And I know sooner or later this is going to get old to a lot of people on the ground. But like I said, because the international media's behind it, and we have the year return, and people say there's money coming in, and this is a connection. But I really bet there's a growing resentment on the ground because the average person in Ghana is not really reaping benefits from this. I just feel it, you know, and so we have to be really careful. Then we go. It has to be, you know, and I'm not stupid. I'm not going to tell anybody just to go over there with the vanity. Oh, go over there. And you got people over there. Let me tell you something to my African American brothers and sisters. if you don't know, and like I said, when I went to Liberia, I learned one thing: these people are real. These people are real as anything, and it's time gonna come where they're gonna show you how real they are. This is not just some fantasy, or you just going to Africa because you got some grief with America. If you really love Africa, you go there, you help out, you be humble, you respect the people, you respect the land, and like that, But don't make it seem like, like I said, people ask me why am I against people getting black African Americans getting passports in Liberia? They say, "Oh, we get passports." No, you don't. You in Liberia, in particular, you as African American can do anything in Liberia, open a business, own land, anything like that, right? But when you say a passport, that person that's poor in Liberia, the citizenship is the only thing he has to protect him. You're coming over there. You got a return plane ticket. You can, if anything happens, you can get out of there over there. You can go to the embassy. You could be on a plane out of there. If something happens, that Liberian is stuck there. Unless you plan on giving up your U.S. passport permanently, saying this is it. I'm gonna live and die, whatever, Liberia, and then you're gonna watch your politics very carefully because you're not gonna be reckless with what you say. Because if you start rounding people up and stuff like that, and stuff gets out of control, you're gonna have to deal with that. And there's another thing too: is this is not just African Americans; it's a lot of African diasporans who sit in the West and they talk against leaders and everything, and stir people up on the ground while they're sitting in the comfort and the protection of the West. So social media is really doing damage. And like I said, before social media, there was no real tensions between Black America and Africa and stuff like that. It was like we're Black, we had some things when that, but social media becomes so toxic. As far as like not just Black American Africa, but Black American among themselves. I had no idea we hate each other so much. I know. I always heard it back in the days with Oprah. Men of dogs and stuff like that, but goddamn, you got whole channels of Black women now talking about Black men should be exterminated. So this is.
But hold on, Colin Johnson. But I blame Black men for that. You get what I'm saying? I blame Black men for not holding women accountable. So this is the thing, though. See, once women became the hierarchy, far as jobs, far as benefits, far as social media presence, they have no. And then you still got Black men that simp so much. You got Black men that will. You got Black men that will talk shit against you, colleges, just to get some pussy. Like he will sit up there and be.
Yeah, what do you think about Omar? What do you think about Omar?
Umar Johnson. Let me say this officially. Umar Johnson is the biggest simp ass, dumb ass, hoe ass, bum ass, fake ass, pan-Africanism in his bloodstream, drinking milkshake, fat face, fat jaws, big head simp. And he only wants Black women money because he is. Umar Johnson is no different from Creflo Dollar, no different from TD Jakes, no different from only difference between Umar Jackson and Derek Jackson is that Umar Jackson is not married and he ain't just banging up chicks on the side. That's the only difference. They talk the same way, pandering to Black women. And one thing about a Black woman is that she can know she dead ass wrong and still will let you pump her head up. So therefore, you can get a fat chick like Lizzo and you can tell her, "Oh shit, you ain't fat, you fine," and she'll be like, "Thank you." Like, but if you walk up to me and I'm looking like Professor Clump from my Nutty Professor, you say, "Hey, Hustle Smart, you okay?" Man, we might get to fighting because I'm like, you ain't trying to help me. You're here to hurt me. But as Dr. Umar sees it, that he just won't the donations. Some brothers don't want to work, Collar. So what is the quickest way? What's the quickest way to not work? That is to pander to Black women. That's why you got the Derek Jacksons online. You got the Pastor Poppy, whatever his name is, talking about, soon as you meet a female, you need to send her $100 cash out just to tell her, every time she messages you every morning. Like, that's what females want to hear, and they'll pay for that. That's why you got the Cynthia G, her big tranny trap jaw from He-Man looking ass with all that makeup on. She come online every day and talk shit about black men and African men, and she got 60. Think about it. She got 60 to 70,000 viewers per episode. So no matter what you say, College Jennings, no matter what Hustle Smart say, it's 67 to 70,000 disgruntled women that's showing up every day to donate. And Dr. Umar Johnson wants some of that money.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Smart. Now, I had a debate with Brandon. Brandon said, Omar Johnson, I see no difference between him and Tariq. I really don't. You know, the only thing about Omar Johnson, he claims to be Pan-African, but I doubt that too, you know? And I asked a question, like, I do many shows and everything like that. I'm giving people real education on African history, current events and everything. When's the last time Umar Johnson injected himself in any Pan-African discussion? You know, when's the last time he's ever went on a Pan-African panel and said this was going on? Has he done anything? You know, and I'm not getting paid for it. I did all this. I wrote a novel, which I'm trying to produce into a movie, and everything like that. I did all this out of my own pocket. I never taken a dime for anybody. I never asked for a super chat. I never asked for anything. All I asked for people just give me a chance and listen. You know, but Umar Johnson, because he gets on the Breakfast Club, everybody wants to run to him. Oh, he's a real leader, Colin, man. You just jealous, Colin. Blah, blah, blah. You know, and I was here before Umar Johnson. People don't realize that. Umar Johnson was a listener to me at one time. When I had my Blog Talk radio show.
Who is he the leader of? What does he lead?
I have no idea.
That's the difference between him and Tariq. Tariq actually got followers. Tariq actually got people that will go out and rep, and no matter, I don't care if you call Tariq Nasheed people a cult. Tariq Nasheed got people that will follow and rep for it. Everybody's clowning Umar Johnson. You get what I'm saying? And then on top of that, he's like a character. Don't get me wrong. I was on his side in the beginning, but once I saw his play of just pandering to black women so he can get money, you get what I'm saying? So he sounded just like Derek Jackson, be like, yeah, it's okay if you got 5 kids by 12 baby daddies. You still a queen, you know what I'm saying? And I blame black men for shooting up your club and not taking you serious. And if you're a real man, you know, the next brother will come up and he would try to train your 6 kids by 12 baby daddies. Like that, like only person that would eat that up is a husky hyena, some big booger wolf, thick thighs, scrubbing, no kneecaps connected to her calf muscle. That's the only chick that was, but they will support that. The difference between women and men, College Genesis, is that women will pay for their delusion. You can't get a man. You can't get a man to pay for his delusion. A woman will go sit up in front of a man like Derek Jackson and Umar Johnson, knowing damn well she have no idea, no way to get into close proximity to him unless she pays some money. She will do that. A black man will see that he can't get close to Beyonce. He ain't buying goddamn Sasha Fierce album. He's not gonna go to that party if he know he can't smell goddamn Beyonce leotard. He's not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? But black women will do it because they're delusional. And on top of that, it's just like they say about a fool with a lot of money. You get what I'm saying? Now you can sit up there and say they're blowing all their money, but they got money to blow. Like, think about it. Even in Africa, when you look at it, even when you look at Africa, you see the women are more of the hustlers. The men sitting around drinking, you know what I'm saying? 1,000-gram caffeine, coffee, and everything. The women are hitting the block. The women are walking around with 300 pounds of water on top of their head, you know, taking it out, selling. You know, they're the ones that's doing the hustling. And the women in America are doing the hustling. The men are just sitting back talking. So now that the men have seen that these females are out hustling them, what the next step to do to get up under them and then play like they're your sons. Like that's all you have to do for black women, and people are going for it. We can't. We
Yeah,
will
it's a
not
sad
win.
situation, man.
We will not win like that. So therefore, like anything that Dr. Umar say now is just like, I consider the words that come out of Umar Johnson's mouth in a whole pile of zebra shit is the same damn thing. You get what I'm saying? Because he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything with his degrees to fight white supremacy. The same way that Tariq is not doing anything with his movement to fight it. All they're doing is collect their money because, like, let me tell you something, Colin, let me tell y'all something in the chat. A guerrilla hustler knows when they see smoke, it's gonna be fire. A guerrilla hustler ain't stupid. You get what I'm saying? You can see that the Black American race, the Black American experiment is over with. And the Black America, I don't care how popular they look on TV, the Black experiment is over with. They are switching to the Latinos. In 5 or 10 years, y'all know how y'all see all these rappers on the commercials and all of that. In 5 to 10 years, you're going to see goddamn Taco Bell or Mexicans doing the same thing. They are switching because the Latino vote and the Latino work ethic is better than Black America as a whole. Now, to me, to Kyla, we're professional. We're businessmen. So it ain't going to even bother us none because they compete at a level that we want to see. When a businessman competes, a businessman do not want to see dysfunction. And a lot of times with Black men, even the ones that are competing, it's dysfunction. Go ahead, Carla. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're absolutely right. Like I said, and unfortunately, right, a lot of us are bringing the same dysfunction to the African continent. I say like this. Let me ask you. You talked about earlier about being set up when you go to Africa and everything. I said, where are the African American investment clubs? We have them in America, right? But the bottom line, the Pan African movement has yet to attract Black investment clubs. Black real estate companies, stuff like that, stuff that you can port over to the continent, right? And basically the institutions that we have in America, like Tennessee State. I know Miss Professor Glover, Dr. Glover of Tennessee State. She sends lots of resources to Liberia, laptops, books, and everything like that. That's on the Pan African level. You would think that the people who call themselves Pan African will say, something, that's a good idea. We're building institutions between Black HBCUs and the Black fraternities and everything. But what do we see in the Pan-African shows? Everybody just talking the same old stupid stuff, telling dusty-ass Negroes in America, you gotta go to Africa. No, Africa does not need your dusty ass. If you don't have anything to contribute, you don't have anything to give back or sustain yourself and everything, stay your ass in America. Go over there on vacation, go over there and whatever like that. But the bottom line is, you think you're gonna bum rush the coast and do all the stuff in Africa, and you're going to save Africa, you can't save yourself in America, it's really stupid, And I'm tired of people making the Pan-African movement look silly. Something, most Black people who are doing business in Africa, like Mr. Rosenthal, that I'm partnered with, he founded the Gold Bullion Bank, and we opened the Gold Bullion Bank in Uganda. He's a partner of mine, right? And these guys aren't Pan-Africanists, but they're business people. Guys are highly educated Black people. Those are the ones that's going to the continent. They're in South Africa. They're in several different countries doing really real business, right? And they don't call themselves Pan-African. They just African Americans who just happen to see opportunity in Africa, right? It's the people that call themselves Pan-Africans are the ones that's giving the Pan-African, the whole movement, and they're targeting everybody. They're like, oh, you one of those Pan-Africans, right? You got to come over here talking. No. You got respectable businessmen and respectable Black American people who are going to the continent doing really good things with the NGOs and stuff like this. But the people who call themselves Pan-Africans for the most part is toxic. It's just an excuse to talk about FDA sucks, Pan-African best, all this stupid childish nonsense going back and forth, and we don't even support the people that's actually doing real tangible work on the continent. It's just who we can basically, you have an ideology, Pan-Africanism, okay. You have an ideology of Black nationalism, okay. Same thing in America.
You got people. Now, here's the thing. As much as we talk about integration, Martin Luther King, and everything like that, right? But the thing is, though, the Black Power movement that was counter to that didn't really produce anything. You know, the civil rights movement produced the Black Power movement, which we all.
You know what it did do though, which hurt us even more. It made us popular. See, that's the thing that a lot of Africans, I try to tell every African I come across, I said, do not let Black American popularity fool you. It is no cohesiveness, no togetherness. I said, you can go find a home in the village, in the most remote area in Africa, and they have more cohesiveness as you go to a company, a company in America where everybody making $50,000 or $100,000, where you think that okay, they got to be loving each other. No, they're hating each other because that's how we are over here. And don't get me wrong, we copy what white people told us, but as Black people, we always take it to the next level. You get what I'm saying? That's why we watch how white people shoot each other. Now we got to turn the gun to the side. We got to put a bandana on the barrel. You get what I'm saying? Like you get what I'm saying? We take everything to the next level. Even the preachers, our preachers got to slide across the floor. He got to throw a handkerchief up in the air, spin around, do a split, catch it in his asshole. You get what I'm saying? Like, we always got to be extra. So I try to tell my African brothers and sisters, do not let the popularity and the extraness of Black Americans fool you. A lot of them go home unhappy. A lot of them are depressed. A lot of them are living check to check. You get what I'm saying? In Africa, if I wish that some type of way I had a connection to where I had a family member in Africa where I could trust him to, hey man, you know what? I'm gonna send you, $1,000 a month. Get the building, get the buying land, let's build a compound. I will produce this money over here. But like I was saying earlier, before you jumped on College Genesis, you get the average Black American. And you put a gun to his head and say, the only way I won't kill you if you tell me the area code of a country in Africa and show me one person in your phone that lives in Africa and you'll survive. How many dead Black Americans you think would be dead if let's say that ultimatum, I'm gonna say it one more time, caller. If you put a gun to Black Americans' head and say, only way I won't shoot you is you tell me the area code of an African country, any African country, and you show me one phone number of somebody that lives in Africa. How many Black Americans do you think would die, caller? Be honest.
Like 99% of us.
And that's the problem. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, the problem. That's why you got Black Americans that come over there to that money grab fuck shit that goes on in Ghana with the year return. That's why you're attracting they bringing rappers and all that over there. The difference is that with America, when the rich and elite bring American rappers like Meek Mill, when Meek Mill go around Bob Kraft or Robert Kraft, who owns the New England Patriots and the governor and all that, they have that shit organized. They have people watching him. He ain't allowed to run around no people's houses. He ain't allowed to run around. Even if LeBron James go to the Dallas Cowboys Stadium to see Jerry Jones, he's only allowed to go certain places. He ain't allowed to go nowhere by himself. But when they let Meek Mill over there, after they left him, he did just like what ratchet Black American men do. He started going around rapping and doing all this stuff. Didn't even know what he was doing because we're ignorant to the fact of the rules and the regulation and the culture of Africa. Because it's not.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think he did that on purpose? I had a debate. Me and Bomani talk about this. And you got to come up and listen to our show, Bomani. We do show tonight and we do show Tuesday, Saturday nights. But anyway, I was asking him, do you think he did that on purpose? And I had a couple of people, I was asking a few people. I said, oh, he didn't know. I said, well, if like you just said, if he's around that guy Kraft and those people, do you think he would know how to dress in certain places and like that? I look, I know these type of Negroes, right? They can be hood and everything, but as soon as they get around white folks, they straighten up. It's like, damn, he like he came from a choir voice, you know. But
I
how do you
think
meet
that
with the president of Ghana with your gold chain?
because we don't see this is the thing, and I was trying to explain this to them earlier. The way that Africans see a president of a country, to us in America, we would look at them as a mayor or a governor. We don't consider them as powerful like we see the president. Like the presidents in Africa don't have the power of a president like the United States, because the president of the United States is the president of 52 countries, 50 or 52 countries, whatever it is. But in Africa, the population can have 2 million people, Kala, and they can have a president. We stay in cities. Philadelphia has more people than the country of Gambia. Do you get what I'm saying? So therefore, he doesn't look at the president of Ghana as like he looks at the president over here. And on top of that, like I told you, it would be a stipulation in an itinerary. Same way when you go to the president inauguration, Kala, they got a place for your ass to sit at. They got a place where that you got to stand at. You can't bring this in. They got metal detectors. They got security all over. They got sharpshooters. You get what I'm saying? You can see that. You can see that, okay, if I do anything stupid, they got cameras on me. But when he went to Ghana, just like a regular ratchet Pookie and Ray Ray, he saw that, okay, once the president left out the room, we was here by ourselves. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and it's all about fan base and everything. So he was looking at, somebody got with him and said, hey, man, this will look good. This will help you get African this will look good to get an African fan base. So he thought it would look good. You get what I'm saying? So he knew what he was doing. He didn't know the ramifications, but he knew exactly what he was doing. That's just like
I believe that too.
That's just like going in a church parking lot and shooting a video out there in the church parking lot. You know that ain't accepted, but if nobody ain't going, you know how black people is when we get around each other. We feel like if nobody don't stop you, we just keep pushing the envelope. Say for instance, me and you, Kala, and we got some people around and we playing spades at the table. We just keep drinking. Eventually, a person go to talking shit. If we don't stop him, he'll just keep.
Oh yeah.
He'll keep going and going till somebody be ready to fight him. And see, that's what happened to Meek Mill. It was no security. It was no Secret Service. It was no military that stopped him from doing it. So guess what he did? He's a ghetto ratchet boy from Philly, popping wheelies, bringing the dirt bikes over there. You know what I'm saying? He just be like, I would go as far as I can go until somebody stopped me, and nobody stopped him. So now he's getting the after effects. And a lot of people, you know, in the chat was saying, like, you know, do I sound like I hate being a Black American? No, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Black Americans, bro. Not that I hate, because I like who I am. I hate that it ain't more Black people that think like me. That's what I hate. So I think that is I only think that is 15% for the person that say, do it sound like I hate Black Americans. So let me tell you this. I'll be all the way honest with you. If it was my way and I could kill, I would kill 85% of Black people and start over. And I would ship at least 8 to 10 million Africans from Africa to the United States.
Oh my God.
That's what I would do, because 85% of Black Americans are useless. Useless. They're not doing us any favors. They're making us look bad, and they're not helping the community. African millennial, you'll get these same Black Americans that will tear down their own neighborhoods, but go out there with white people and act like, you ought to see the videos when Meek Mill go around them rich white people. He dressed up in a suit, tie, linen suit. smiling, but when he go to Africa, he got on a white beater and got his pants hanging below his ass and doing dirt bikes in the streets. He don't do that when he going around rich white people.
Okay, but whose fault
Nope.
is it? One people set the standard you guys have to go by. Another person doesn't. So whose fault is it? Like people complain, and I'm just like, it's for you.
It's our fault because it's our fault in the black community. This is another reason why 85% is useless, because the 85% that I'm saying that are useless, they have the loudest voice. They're the most popular. They are the biggest on social media. That's why you have platforms. That's why you have platforms that men dressing up as women, they're getting millions of views.
Oh my God, it's so bad in Africa. It looks like.
But think about it. Think about it. They're practicing the same toxic traits that Black Americans have. And think about the women. I see the women on TikTok and Instagram. They in villages trying to do the same dance and shaking their hip, shaking their ass with their struggle flip-flops on. They copying the same degenerate behavior. The only thing I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. So they practicing the same degenerate ways, but the only difference as far as right now is when those girls get off TikTok, they go back to washing dishes, washing clothes by hands, fetching water. You know, they go back to their normal ways. But in America, these women, last thing, Colin, the women in America that's acting ratchet and ghetto, they act ratchet and ghetto off the internet. They acting like that all day long. You cannot tell the difference between a prostitute in America and a high value professional woman when she goes out in public. They dress the same, they talk the same, they act the same. And on top of that, they both asking for money. One person is asking for money for sex right then, but Black America, they asking for women to say, catch any Black American woman online. She's talking about pay me, give me money, give me money, give me money. A prostitute be like, well, $40 for 15 minutes. What's the difference? The professional Black woman is telling you to pay her bills and you can beat that box. What's the difference between her and a prostitute? She's telling you that, look, I like you, I want you, but if you can't pay a certain amount of bills, you can't beat this box. She is no different from a prostitute. That's why I call them glorified 304. They just glorified. They got cars, they got houses, they got business, but they act the same way. Give me money or I'll be by myself. Go ahead, Colin.
Okay, everyone will say this. I won't say 85%. I would say 85% are being controlled by a core of like 20% of professional fuck boys and Snoop Dogs and everybody like that. And 85% of Black America fall blind. If you get rid of those like 20% of Black America will fall in line, you know? And also I want to say this, Black America is a victim of its own success. You know, where do you see the most crime in Black America? In the most prosperous cities. Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, everything. When Black people didn't have no money in the South and everything, and Black people had to live hand to mouth, we were the most orderly people going to church, but we had to pray for every meal. So when we got a little bit of money, we went crazy, you know? We went crazy. So we got to the point where we had money and we got jobs and everything like that. And I called me that song, you can't tell me nothing, right? Remember that song? Can't tell me nothing, right? Once Black folks get money and that, we get arrogant. You know, we get you can't tell us anything. You know, you can't tell me I got more money than you. You know, I got more money in my pocket than you are. You can't tell me shit. So Meek Mills, what can you tell Meek Mills? First thing they'll tell you is, Colin, he got money. He's rich. That's the first thing they tell you. You know, so to my African brothers and sisters, right? You guys, many of you don't have the money yet, but be careful what you ask for. You know, because if you start seeing Africans when they start getting money and stuff like that, are they going to go down the same path? Is African culture ready for that? You know, what's keeping Africa in line is the fact that it's a struggle. You know, but once you get to the African American level and you start having money and you don't have to worry about day-to-day survival and stuff like that, you go crazy.
They do. Africans do this. They do the same thing. They like to show off so much. Look at Nigerian. All they do is show off.
Oh yeah.
They show off so much. It's all about the latest cars without road. It's all about designer. I mean, go back to Africa. I mean, like when I say, people say I hate Africa, but I'm just saying the truth, what I live through. But maybe they want to hear it from somebody else. It's all about like the latest designer clothes, bag, whatever. They care. They don't give nothing to the other people. They're not even thinking about. We don't think about building. What I have noticed is that we are not a builder, and we are not community oriented. Like as long as they have their beautiful houses and all their neighbors are poor, like they're content with their beautiful cars. Like they don't care. That's just where we are. Like seriously. Whatever you guys complain about when it comes to Africa,
It's sad.
the same thing in Africa. You guys just don't know because you haven't been there for long to really see and understand what goes around.
Yeah, we know it's the same. We know it goes on, but what we're saying is that the difference between America and Africa is that like every Africa doesn't see what you just said because of the way how the system's set up. You know what I'm saying? How internet is set up, how cell phone service, cell phone, all that. Everybody in Africa don't have a $500 smartphone. You get what I'm saying? They have phones,
but they will buy it.
But I'm with you. But what I'm saying is that in America, you have bums. We talking about bums that living on the street have cell phones. You get what I'm saying? Like this is how. So what it's saying is that even though it's only 42 million of us, if somebody is ratchet and ghetto, every Black American can connect to every Black person, and that's why you have more people in America that wants to be an entertainer, an athlete, or a rapper or a singer. You get what I'm saying? In Africa, you have more. Even the people that I meet, they're more trying to get a type of business, a type of black people in America don't want to be. If they can't be an entertainer or an athlete, they'll go work for somebody. You get what I'm saying? And see, that's the trick part in America too, is that they'll pay you a good living wage so you can live a middle class life. That's the difference between a first world country and a third world country. We have subsidies that they subsidize if you fall on hard times. Of course, you can lose your house. Of course, you can lose your job. But still, at your lowest of the lowest collar, you can go get food stamps. You can go sign up for every program they got. You get what I'm saying? You will not be asked out on the side of the road unless you want to. They got programs that will help you get jobs. You can go to some programs. And where you live at, ma'am? Where does she live at?
Mamizi, I think she lives in Canada, right?
Mamizi, you're in Canada, right? So in America, if a woman cannot take care of her kid, they got programs where they got jobs where they'll help her work. They'll help her find a job. They got churches. They got programs that will help her find all she got to do is go to the church. Now, don't get me wrong. The church is going to use her to take pictures, to put on the flyer, just like how they used to do the starving Africans, that whole thing, taking pictures of it and to get donations. Because even though white people don't want to help, white people have no problem sitting at their home throwing $1 at this situation, $5 at this situation. You get what I'm saying? That's why those type of programs make so much money. You get what I'm saying? Black people, we don't really invest with each other like that. You know what I'm saying? One of the quickest ways for top 3 ways for a Black mother to come up is her son or daughter dying by the police, or her son being a drug dealer, rapper, or athlete. You get what I'm saying? That's the three ways. Some of the ways And then if she don't make it like that, she can still go down there and get what they got what you call TANF. That's a check she would get per child. So if she got 4 kids, she can get $800 to $1,200. And on top of that, they'll go find her apartment where she don't have to pay but $10, $20. Then they'll give her food stamps. Then they'll give her a transportation card. And do you know
child support?
Child support. This is the thing that's gonna mess you up now, caller. I just found this out from my cousin. Now they're giving these women. They got a program where if they sign up, they'll Uber or lift these women back and forth to work for 3 months.
Yeah. And let me say this, Hustle Smart. And people don't realize this, right? When, like I said, Black American victims of success. Remember when Clinton hijacked the Welfare Reform Act and everything like that, and he had all these women, black women, getting welfare. But after people understand something, they say, well, black women was educated. No, black women are not educated. They're the most enrolled in college, because when you get enrolled in college, that's like having a job, and that basically gives you access to benefits and everything. Benefits and everything. So you got a lot of black women who got their little degrees and stuff like that. Not hating on them or nothing like that, but they got that because of welfare reform. Welfare reform said you got to either have a job, and then if they say, okay, these jobs like that, so okay, we'll help you put you through school. And so a lot of black women get free education, at the housing, food stamps, rent subsidies, and stuff like that on Section 8 vouchers and stuff like that. So therefore, in this atmosphere, the idea of Black America in the 60s was helping the black family. The black family is becoming obsolete in America. Well, I do see a lot of African immigrants, they still hold on to their families. And that's what gives them the edge over Black America. Because families is a way, like my business I have right now is a family-owned business. Because our family is always close-knit. And so therefore, if you can't build families, you can't build businesses. You can't build associations. You can't build social clubs. All that basically is a social contract that when you pull yourself up by yourself, you cannot. A person can't be an individual, and I'm saying a lot of people going to the African continent with that individual mentality, and they're failing. You got a lot of single mothers going to Africa, got a lot of single women going to Africa, and they're going over there failing because they haven't really had the family structure behind them, so they don't believe in the family structure. Because America subsidizes women not to be in a family. And so you cannot do that in the African continent. So it all comes back to, you guys, if you really want to build, you really got to start by building a man, woman, and child family and extended family and stuff like that. Those are time and tested methods that work. Before there was government, before there was social programs, there was a family. And people don't want to talk like that because people say, Carl, you sound like a misogynist. You sound like a patriarch. I'm just telling you like it is. So if you don't believe in that, okay, then white zaddy, the government, and child support, or you getting on social media bashing people and everything like that. If that's the way the future here, then you're like Hustle Clark said, we just doomed. But you don't want to go back to the marrying black men and having kids and doing stuff like that. We're finished as a race here in America. But anyway, I gotta hop off, brothers. Yeah.
Oh, okay, man. Hey, what's the thing that you said that you have in the thing? It's an app or something, or what I need to go to? The program you said you have in the night on Saturdays. He jumped off. He jumped off quick. This is the thing, y'all. I want to be perfectly honest with you. And I'm reading the chat, so if y'all got any questions why, say just me running my mouth right now, I'll let y'all know. But the reason why women will have a baby, JC, he said, why have a kid if you not financially secure? Is dumb. It's because that it's some men out there that have no problem giving a woman a baby, and there's women out there that have no problem having a baby by a man that she don't want to live with. A lot of American women like toys. They like to be in control. A lot of Black American women are like dictators. So if they can get the child without demand, so they can have full autonomy, You know what I'm saying? They have no type of interruption of how that child is raised and where that child go to. You like that's power to them. And they accept that. Black women in America accept power any way they can get it. That's why in the Black community, it's a matriarch. That's what I tell y'all. That's the difference between the Black community, the Africans, and the women over there. It's a patriarch system over there. So long as y'all still have a patriarch and that y'all don't let that feminism, grow out of control, as long as y'all don't let that LGBTQ plus HGLMNOK, give me a hot dog and some fries. Long as y'all don't let that go over there, then it will be controlled. That means that the women can act like that at home, but they're not acting that way in the streets. Or like my African homeboy say, in the streets. You get what I'm saying? So, but in America, I'm sorry. So this is what accepted, and that's why you have a lot of Black American men that are going. That's why the passport bros are popular, and that's why you got people that's going to Africa. That's why whenever y'all hear me talk, I'm always like, man, I'm gonna go over to Africa and get me 2 house girls, and y'all think it's a joke, but I am dead ass serious. You get what I'm saying? Like this is like the mentality of. Now this is what I said, and a lot of Black American women got mad at me because I said that 85 to 90% of Black American women are for recreational uses only. That means that you get her, you you find her, you fuck her, and you forget her. You get what I'm saying? Because she means you no well, no good. And the first opportunity she get, she's gonna pounce on you like a goddamn tiger in the Serengeti. You know what I'm saying? Straight out of Serengeti. That's the difference between when I deal with African women. I'll tell y'all this before I pass back to the African millennial, whoever on the platform. My best female that I ever had from Africa, she was from Mali. Her name was Miriam, and she had a sister named Josephine, and her sister looked just like a porno star called Maria Love. You know what I'm saying? And she used to always ask me, do I like her sister? And I was like, no, your sister I look at her because she looked like a porn star. But she was my best female I ever had from Africa. It was a Mali chick and a chick that was from Niger. She spoke Dutch. I remember that. But still the mentality, you know what I'm saying? Not the point that they would bow down, not the point that they would cater. No, yeah, catering was a big thing. It was just the point that as long as I had a plan, she was willing to follow the plan. It was no argument. You get what I'm saying? So, one thing about Black American women, they're waiting for you to fall. They're waiting for you to make a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Then on top of that, they exacerbate it. Then they take it to another level. That's the thing with Black men and Black American women that we always talk about the gender war is everybody trying to get licks off each other. And everybody trying to get licked. Everybody trying to get points off of talking shit about who can crack the best jokes. As long as that happening, that's what making the Black men say, well, you know what, we're going to go to another country. So therefore, where do Hustle Smart hang out? I hang out in the Jamaican clubs. I hang out in the African, the Gambia, the Center Gambia is a place called Bamba. I hang out over there. You get what I'm saying? So a Black American woman will tell me, oh, Hustle Smart, you just mess with them because you can't handle a strong, independent Black woman. And I'm like, chick, I don't want to fight with you to get no pussy. God damn, I don't want to wrestle with you. Then we get mad at each other. Then we go in there and have sex at the end of the night. Who wants to be in competition with their spouse for 20, 21 hours of the day? and then we fucking go to sleep and we wake up the next morning and we continue the same thing. That's why it's a toxic relationship, and that's why within 2 or 3 months the man can't deal with no more and he don't want nothing to do with it, and now he got kids out the situation. That is what's going on. But I turn it back to you, Miss African Millennial.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. When you're talking about the fighting for 21 hours and then going to bed and then waking up and doing it all over again. And then you said that's why the reason why the relationships last like 3-4 months, because I always wondered that. I was like, how do people just have more than one partner like every 6 months? Like how do you do that? Like how do people just, they're always with someone else? I always found that to be very odd.
Hold on, not only that, let me interject that. Not only that, if you think about it, that means that everybody is having raw dog sex. If you got 2 or 3 partners a year, you are having, let me tell you something, most American women will let you go raw dog anyway. If you got enough money, it doesn't matter, because she's trying to trick you anyway so she can get your money. That's all she wants. She want the Birkin bag. She want the trips to Mexico. She want the trip to Tulum. She want to go here. She want to do exactly what she see them nasty ass, ugly ass, fraud looking city girls looking like in Meg Thee Stallion, big wide shoulders, 12-foot kick, look like she kicked bricks instead of soccer balls. You know what I'm saying? They trying to imitate these females that they look up to. But I got an 18-year-old daughter, and I tell my daughter all the time, I like, which city girl you want to be like? You want to be like the little short black frog one that got all these alterations to her body, that just got out of jail, that messing with an ugly troll looking rapper dude? Or you want to be with the other one that got multiple baby daddies and messing with an old dude that got 30 chicks that got you looking bad? Like, which one do you want to be like? Which one do you think that when she go down there and lay down at night, which one of these wig weed wearing wild hyenas at the twerk, man? with the Dracula wicked witch from East Ghana, nails on her hand, like she's snatching words out the air, saying period every 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Talk about his giving. You know what I'm saying? Like Black American women sound like retarded kids. You know what I'm saying? And it's nobody that can tell them any different. So I tell people all the time, Black women has no reason to respect Black men, because Black men don't hold them accountable. Black men think that they're going to be exactly how it is in Africa, but it's not, because they only respect white men and their white businesses. Black men, as much shit as Black men talk, African millennial, they're not hiring Black women. It's still a white man that's hiring them. See, in Africa, it might be a different thing. It might be, a lot of African people have businesses, so they're working. You get what I'm saying? They can get a job from an African. If an African woman said, hey, I want to work for an African man, she can go find, I'm not saying how he going to treat her or whatever. I'm just saying she can go find that African man that has a job where she can work at. You know what I'm saying? But in America, it's not the same. 90% of Black American women work for white people. And most Black men are lazy. Or they working bullshit jobs. So Black women see where the power construct coming from. So in the Black community, it's a matriarch. And so that now y'all can understand as Black men in Africa, African men, is that y'all don't have to, even though y'all are not as popular as Black American men, y'all still have a better situation, because it's a patriarch in Africa. It's a matriarch in a Black community. And that's why we're having a gender war, because the Black men are saying, well, it shouldn't be like that. And Black women say, well, what are you doing? How are you competing? You're conquered. You're lazy. All y'all doing is killing each other. Y'all Black men ain't working together. Y'all finding a way to kill each other and having multiple kids by multiple women. So Black American, the society have turned into a hypersexual, pay me for sex, $50, or buy two things. You give a chick $50, pay her cell phone bill, buy her some Peruvian wavy natural Remy, 36-inch Yaki, multiple color. You can fuck her for the month. But at the end of the day, you got to keep that type of thing in rotation for her to keep dealing with you. That's why I call Black women glorified prostitutes. That's all they are. It's no love in the Black community right now. It is Black men versus Black women. So that's why when you see Black men come up, y'all ever on one of these posts, y'all hear these boys talking about city boys up and when the city girls up. It got grown people talking like kids and grown people acting like kids to the point that you don't know the difference between a prostitute and a Black woman, a professional Black woman, because they both dress the same. They both got on the same perfume and they both got on the same goddamn stripper high heels. I'm sorry. They got on the same stripper high heels. The work attire for the prostitute is the same club and bar and restaurant attire for the Black woman. The same way Black men walk around with their ass showing, with their pants hanging down, Black women are the opposite. They want to show all they ass and all they thongs and all they draws and all they booty cheeks. Because they want you to pay a nomical fee to beat that box. Because they are selling that butt. They either selling that butt to you directly or indirectly. But either way it go, you have to come with dividends of currency to smell that box from the back. And I yield the mic.
Okay, that is the end of the show. Yeah, that's the end of the show. Nobody else is even here. So I think it's a good place to end it.
Oh, can I promote my channel real quick before you go?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Good people of Africa, continental, Black Americans, hood boogers, hood rats, wig weave wearing, wild hyena hood rats, uppity twerk monkeys from Southeast DC, big back, long face, hard face chicks from Nigeria and Haiti. Come to the Simp Police Academy. If you want to email me, my email is thesimppoliceacademy@gmail. Please bring your ugly ass over there and get this work. You know what I'm saying? I do a show every Saturday or every Sunday. I talk about businesses, open up business, running business, and I tell you that why you need to leave 85% of Black people alone. And if it ever came to the day that we could kill 85%, I will be right there with you. And I appreciate your support.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Do you yeah, drop your link in the private chat and I'll drop it.
Okay, yeah, let me do it. I can do that. Let me check this in private chat. Private chat. Let's get to the private chat. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, that was really interesting. That was
Why won't let me do it? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll just say something at the end right here, and because it ain't let me paste anything. It's almost like making me type it in there.
Okay. If you can
just say
type
it, you can
them
just say
in
it and it'll be good
the
enough.
chat section, like the regular live stream chat section, then we can find it.
I got you. And forget, please bring y'all ugly asses over there. The uglier you are, the more you need to come on over there.
Gotcha.
Thank you for having me on, man. It was a great topic, and I think that when people watch this, people that watch this live and people watch this playback, they will understand that the dysfunction in Black Americans, even with the Black Americans like Tariq Nasheed that's arguing with Africa, is a reason why is because we're having war with each other. It's like a civil war, and when a civil war is going on, nobody is winning, so you have to direct that energy other places. And who else to direct that energy at? That's people that outnumber us 10-1. Change that. I think that African black Africans, they outnumber Black Americans like what is 20-1?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that. Hello? Okay. Let me drop the link for his channel. Give me one moment. The link is right in the comment section for his channel, so you guys can go ahead and subscribe. That was an interesting show, or the interesting latter part. You know, that was really interesting. I would have loved to continue, but it's getting kind of late. Yeah. So, anyways, the topic was the Kenyan that actually came on here. He was actually cool. I actually like him. It's the other ones that it's some of the other ones that are kind of weird, but that Kenyan, I like him. I like him, and I like Tanzan. Those are some cool Kenyans. Anyways, yeah, that was the topic. I suspect that there's going to be a reaction, which please bring it on. You know, please bring it on. You know what I mean? I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what they're gonna say, especially the ones that, you know, say that they hate certain people, but they're always calling into their streams. You know, got some people always calling on Afridamus streams all the time. And then they'll complain, oh, but he's using us for views. And I'm like, but you literally call into his panel all the time. Like, I mean, so are you telling me that, you know, that Afridamus uses you for views and you continuously go there? Like, have you guys noticed that? See, that's why I actually really like Puntite Princess. I like Puntite because she like understands what's happening, and she's like, I'm not gonna engage in that. You know, I'm just gonna push away. I like that. But you know, with some other people, they'll just continuously talk about all these other people are talking about me, and they'll still go there. It's like, so when are you starting your own channel then, if that's the case? Like, I don't get that. But anyway, yeah, so it was a great topic. It was a great discussion. I enjoyed every single part of it. I enjoyed all the panelists who participated. I enjoyed the panelists who don't call in often. So that would be Collagenesis, Simpolice Academy, UFC soccer fan, or UFC super fan. I have to think back. There were a couple others. But anyways, yeah, what do you guys think? And about Nakamizi. Yeah, I like Nakamizi. Nakamizi's cool. I used to be scared of Nakamizi, to be honest. Now I'm more like he's Nakamizi, and he has to be here to defend Black Americans. Somebody has to do it. At least one thing I'll say though is I noticed that with a lot of people's countries, like there's at least someone from that country who's gonna defend them. So with Nigerians, it can be Mike, it can be Kid Ola, it can be Brian. When it comes to Somalis, it's usually Mo. Ajuran doesn't really call in to defend, but if he has to roast, he will. Who else? Who's the other Somali who does it? I think, isn't it just Mo? Well, Puntai has her own channel, so I'll say that she does it too. Lima, of course. Lima does that too. If we're talking about Ethiopians, no one really goes after Ethiopians, to be honest. No one really attacks Ethiopians, so I don't think they need that. I'd say, at least in this part of the Afrosphere, don't really talk about Jamaicans that much. But if we did, I think they would come in here to defend themselves too. African Americans, they have their own panels, to be quite honest. So it's not necessary for them to come over here and talk about whatever they're talking about because they do that in their own spaces already. And I think the other Africans are pretty much scot-free, right? The other African countries, no one really goes after them, to be honest. Take which man's advice? Then no one cares about the sneaky troublemaker. I'll say it like this. I don't actually take him seriously, to be honest. Like, I know some people get so angry and upset at what Afridamus says. Like, do any of you guys actually take him seriously? Because I don't. Like, I swear to you, he just knows what to say to trigger people, and that's what he does. And he's been doing a good job doing it, but like, who actually cares what Afridamus says? He comes from Gambia, guys. When last have you heard anything positive or good about Gambia? Like, let's just be honest here. When have you? I haven't. And to be quite fair, the things I'm hearing about Gambia right now, they're not good. So, just saying. Why are you saying that? Judah defends Cameroon. You know what's interesting about that? And, I don't care if he's listening. He already knows. I really don't care. No one ever brings up Cameroon, though. Have you noticed that? No one ever brings up Cameroon. The only reason why Cameroon is brought up is because he's so crazy that he's giving Cameroon spotlight. Like, nobody cares about what's happening in Cameroon. Nobody, no one at all. And it's not because they speak French. It's because no one actually cares. You know what I mean? Like, no one cares about... I was going to say something, I'm not going to say it. But yeah, no one cares about Cameroon. When was the last time you... Listen, I will always tell this. I always tell this to Cameroonians. They get mad at me all the time. It's nothing personal, right? I promise you, it's nothing personal. But if you have a president that has been president for 40 years, you have some work that you really need to do. Okay? Dictator for 40 years, a bad dictator for 40 years. We don't need to be talking about unity. You need to be talking about removing your president. That's honestly it. So it's nothing personal, but it's like, when some of them want to be talking about what other countries are doing, I'm just like, excuse me, like, do you have a democracy? Do you have a parliamental system that actually works? No? Okay, then why you talking? No, why you talking? I will just say this. There was a Cameroonian that was saying that no, Cameroon is performing better than Rwanda. And I was like, okay, you can chill. You know what I mean? You can relax. We don't need to do that. Downplaying Rwanda to make Cameroon look better. Rwanda is doing amazing. Okay. Yes, of course, Rwanda is, stealing from their East African brothers, which needs to stop. But I mean, in terms of how the country is being ran, it's being run pretty well. One of the best presidents in Africa. Seriously. You don't hear about corruption in Rwanda. Paul Kagame is running that country really strictly. So you can't go to Rwanda and just behave anyhow, do nonsense. They cleaned their country. Kigali, I don't know if it's still the cleanest city. If it's not, then it's top 3, I think, at least. I think it's number 1 still, but I haven't checked the stats, so I'm not too sure. But anyways, it's one of the cleanest cities in Africa. You know what I mean? That's impressive. If any of you guys watched Go Black to Africa at the time, he used to do live streams where he would be in Rwanda, right? And every Saturday, people would have to wake up and do like this community cleaning. Can you imagine that people are actually willing to wake up and clean their own country for free? That's amazing. That is brilliant, especially for Africans. You know what I mean? Anyways, yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say, guys. I will talk to you guys another time. I gotta go talk to somebody. You know what I mean? I gotta do that. So I'll talk to you guys next time. Next stream will probably be on Friday, and then probably Tuesday again. I like Tuesdays. Or no, is today Tuesday? Wait, hold on. Let me not be a dumbass. Oh yes, okay. So today is Tuesday. Yeah, so I like Tuesdays. I like Tuesdays, so it'll probably be Friday and Tuesday. And if there are any topic suggestions, leave them down. Okay. There was someone who emailed me, right? And they were like, there's still a drought in Kenya, right? And there's just stuff going on over there. I just want to make this clear, right? It's not that I don't like speaking on Kenya. Is that I really don't know enough about Kenya to do a stream on Kenya. I'll just be honest with you. You know what I mean? The one time I did a stream on Kenya, it was so boring. It was so boring. Kenyans did not want to click in. Kaiser was in the chat section. He did not click the. It's like I can't speak on something that no one cares about. Or that I don't know enough about. It's just like, that's dead. Why would I do that? Do you know what I mean? That's why it's easier to speak on AA. Okay. That's why it's easier for me to speak on West Africa as a West African. That's why it's easier for me to do those topics, especially topics about the diaspora. It's very easy for me to do that. But, I mean, someone was like, oh, we need to learn about other African countries we don't know about. I agree, but no offense, I don't really feel the need to do a stream on Zambia. Like, no offense, I just don't. Yeah. If I was to ever do a stream on Zambia, it would be Zambia and another country, like, at the same time. It wouldn't just be on Zambia. Yeah. But anyways, hunter gatherers. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna end that, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye.